totals. And welcome back to me definitely not doing horse racing. Give me just a second. Just a second. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Nope. 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 Click the button. Click the button. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
How's it going? So, yesterday we finished the Omnipotent boss and all of its sub-bosses, which was fun and exciting. We got guts. For the fourth time in a row. We are truly cursed. Okay. I thought I had planned. Oh yeah. You missed the Omnipotent. It was a crazy fight with it too, because we were fighting the Omnipotent boss using autosaves, because the positioning of where it spawned basically it was I couldn't get to it from the bulk of the area. It was a wild fight. It was a wild fight. So when it died and split, it went hard. So let me just take 1 second. Going into Discord. We'll see how it goes. It was a warlock in Thunder something mountain. Okay, so we're looking over here. I have not actually checked my messages, and I have a bunch of notifications on Thinger. That's fine. We don't need to worry about it. We do have a new script from 6 hours ago that we need to download. And we have... But don't worry, Astro Kitty. The most important part of the boss hasn't been done yet. We haven't looted any of it. Yet. There has been no looting. Because I had to go like 30 minutes after stream to finish the fight. Because I was completely unwilling to end the fight midway. So to give you an idea of the shenanigans of this fight, it involves summoning wisps, and it involves going outside to an area that I wasn't allowed to clear yet. So I'm going outside to the area that I'm not allowed to clear yet, and then coming back in before I get gibbed by the enemies out there. And I'm relying on autosaves, so if I accidentally if a character dies, but I hit spacebar in between them dying and me hitting spacebar, then oops. We actually had one very dangerous call where Goose went down and would die, but I actually got the heal off before. Actually, not the heal. Sorry, I didn't have enough mana for a heal, so I swapped the preservation over to Jungle Fowl before the death procced. Truly wild shit. Like it was a wild, because like the autosave's already happened, right? So like it's like, okay, well, if I don't get this preservation off, it's over and I have to restart the fight. Anyway, it was a good time. Hey, Toadger Cat. Let's see here. Pokemon knockoff that's bad. I don't generally play bad games. That's just not generally my style. I guess we should turn the speakers back on since I had them muted while I was in the horse game. The let's see. I have not yet gotten bored of it. I've actually gotten more interested now that I'm not doing the actual careers, because I'm like, oh, okay, well, I can just dick around with trying to min-max my like inspiration chain or whatever nonsense. So I think no, we haven't linked. Sorry, I need to do that. That's so funny. Oh, poor Electro. I just saw that. Someone responded to the thing. Again, I haven't checked any of my notifications. I don't know what anyone said. But, like, someone in the Let's Play is like, oh, yeah, the first Omnipotent I saw was in Castle Harmondale. It's like, oh, no. Oh, no. Let's see. So we now need to... Yes, we need to open this again. We need to Control-C on you, and then we can just close this. And then we go over here, we press Control-V. And we're ready to open the game. So we're going to hopefully get a lot of shiny loot here. Maybe we don't. Maybe we get nothing. The other thing is that we will not be finishing the dungeon completely. We won't be killing every enemy in the dungeon because one of the enemies is in the lava, so... Unless that's been patched, in which case, cool. So dungeon, I believe this certainly looks like the right file. So let's go ahead and load this. So here's our Wisp army that we summoned, and it does look like she's gonna just chill down there. So she hasn't like teleported out of the hole that she's in. So basically, she spawned in this room back here, but then she died over here, which meant that I couldn't get past her. And since I couldn't get past her, I couldn't get to this elevator. And this elevator can't be actually brought back down from the bottom. You have to hit a switch on the bottom to bring it up. That switch is blocked by the elevator itself. It's on the back. It's on the back of the elevator. So there's no way to actually bring it back. You can't just click on the elevator like you can with most. So that was a very sad realization when we found that out. So basically, that meant that we had to do the fight by going back and forth, in and out of the thing. So we do have a thing to loot. Let's go ahead and just do this. There we go. And yeah, we used the wisps. We probably could have made something happen without them, but it would have honestly been a really difficult... You know what? Actually, if I'm being honest, it might have been easier without the wisps. The wisps might have actually just made my life harder. We needed to burst down like one at a time, and it probably would have taken a bit longer without the wisps, but it's hard to say. They were causing so many problems for me. They were blocking my attacks. I decided randomly that I needed to keep them all alive. Like, oh man. Oh man. Is that another Scouring Pearl? So we've gotten multiple Scouring Pearls from just this one boss.
No room.
Oh boy.
Can't carry it.
I have too much.
No room. No room.
No room.
We're gonna start reorganizing things to make them fit.
I have too much.
Another
I have
diamond.
no room.
And there we go. So we've now looted The Omnipotent. Let's figure out what nonsense it dropped. Can I town portal to Nyone now? Yes, I can go to Mount Nyone now, so we don't actually need to worry about putting her. Unfortunately, I can't actually TP right now because of the enemy that's over there, but that's okay. So,
Jump.
let's see what kind of shenanigans we've got here. Ooh, that's an interesting item. Int and luck and water skill. Unfortunately, I don't need water skill. We've got this flail. And
Worthless.
some garbage. Some garbage.
Worthless.
Some garbage. Some more garbage.
Worthless.
It's going to be very funny if we don't get any loot that's
Worthless.
decent. After doing the delayed gratification of 24 hours.
This might be good.
Oh? Base enchants on this item are 50% stronger. That is a very, very useful thing to have. Do I need it on a halberd? No.
We don't
But
need it.
that's cool that we have it, because we also have
We
a
don't
thing
need
that we
it.
can yoink an enchant to put it
This
on
item
something
is weak.
else.
We don't need it.
Let's see. Anything. You know what I could even do if I wanted? This is what I should have done with you. For this necklace, I should have made this a double luck necklace. Because if I made this double luck, I could actually just put this on anybody. Right? I could just make copies of it and just give it to people. That's what I should have done with that item. But I didn't. We do have 3 scouring pearls in our inventory right now, which is pretty nice. Let's see here. Might...
Jump.
And now we need to figure out... what do we want to put that effect on? Base enchants are 50% stronger. The optimal choice is leather. But if I put it on leather, then I would need to replace one of my existing legendaries with it. I'm not going to continue using a staff indefinitely. I'm going to eventually switch to dual wield. So, it would be kind of funny, but no, we can't. No, we can't yoink that effect off. Actually, that effect, we need to keep it on there for now, because if we take this effect off, we will. We won't have the ability to yoink the other effect that we actually need. So that's fine. So that is a very solid pickup for later. And we will have to wait until later to make use of it. But for now, we are going to get into the green. And I guess we have a bunch of other shit to start looting. I didn't realize that I didn't loot any of this zone, actually, so it's not just looting the boss, it's looting everything else. Given how much loot I got off of the boss itself, maybe I should actually... pop over here. There is a lot of loot. Today is a very loot day. Do we have a beacon that I don't need? Do I need the plate of water beacon anymore? I don't think so, right? No, I definitely don't need the plate of water beacon anymore, because I've finished looting there. So we're going to just set a beacon here. We're going to teleport to... apparently we're teleporting to the pit. It's fine. We will teleport somewhere else. Actually, what time is it? We're teleporting somewhere else. We'll just go to Arathia. And we will sell all of our bullshit.
Can I help you with anything?
So, we don't need a wasp wing, though this is close to being necessary. It's almost good enough to use. Almost. Now, this we don't need, though apparently it's better than what I've got. Oh, right, I have a garbage necklace on, don't I? Whoops. Okay, this is endurance. It has luck and meditation, but it's apparently worse than what I've got. I'm not going to worry about it. Can sell this. Don't need you. Actually, maybe we do need you. I'm going to check, because might I can actually use on the character that I think has the most... Wait, this isn't a necklace, this is a ring. I might actually have some really garbage rings. I'll check that character and see if they have any space for a mediocre ring. Okay. I didn't check inventory 5, but I did.
Thanks. Come again.
Okay, so where is that room? So do you have something that's just total garbage? No, actually, nothing that's super completely garbage. This is... It's just not meaningfully an upgrade because we lose out on like the luck and stuff. Okay. So, that's fine. We're going to the weapon and armor shops.
Need a new weapon?
Don't sell that. Do sell that. Do sell that. So we might end up finding another shiny. Probably not anything that we immediately need. What we immediately
See
need
anything you want?
is another thing that we can yoink a legendary effect off with. If we can get that, then we can...
Thanks a lot.
we can use it to fairly good effect.
Can I help you with anything?
To do something with that 50% bonus thing, but I don't know what we're going to do with it yet, but we'll figure it out. So we're going to Thunder Fists. We're going to start looting. We haven't looted any of this stuff. So this is the quest item that we need. We got a crafting cube there. And we have one enemy alive in here. Luckily, it didn't prevent us from getting the dungeon completion. Not anything of value there. Dun, 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 dun. Got a lot of rings. I like seeing rings. Those are probably the most valuable slot for me right now, since I could just throw them on if they're good. They're not like competing with other legendaries and thus requiring that I need to worry about losing specific legendary affixes or anything like that. Anything behind here? Alright, well, we're clearing out this section. I think this is the most loot-heavy section of the dungeon. Everything else is less densely populated, but there is a bunch of loot elsewhere. It's just less dense. Okay, so... pop over here, grab this, grab this. You know, there is also this kill floor that I created over here.
I have too much.
That's funny. This inventory is like empty. It's just arranged in such a way that I can't put any more armor in it. Okay, pop over here. Save the game. It's all going pretty well. Okay, we got another hourglass. Love that. Especially because we have so many scouring pearls that we picked up upstairs. So we'll be able to rework another shiny object. Got another crafting cube. Pop over here. And then we have
There isn't any room.
here. You know, we actually have gotten through the bulk of this place.
I have too much. There is no room. I can't learn that. I might be able to use it. No room. There isn't any room.
Okay, so that's done. And then I didn't kill anybody down here. I don't think that there's a chest down here, but we will check. Yeah, this is just an empty space now. Can pop back up north. Pick up all these. Okay, so now we need to find a spot for this longbow.
There isn't any room. I have too much. No room. I have too much.
Okay.
No room. I have too much.
Wait. Oh. It's directly below me in the pit, so I'm like, wait, what? Very strange. Okay, so we can save here. And... okay. We have to save this. There we go. The lava doesn't tick on every frame, so depending on whether you happen to fall into it on a frame where it ticks or not, you'll either take damage immediately or not. Levitate doesn't work in my Magic 7 areas. Or at least I don't think it should. It shouldn't. I mean, it should, but it generally speaking does not. So I'm gonna go check this because my understanding is that it isn't working. But did they fix Levitate? They fixed Levitate. Okay. Okay, maybe it works for some stuff, but not everything. Okay, maybe it will work inconsistently in my Magic 7. Alright, we have a couple items on the ground still, for some reason. And... so what's this? This is some money. There's an item over here that I think is probably something that I don't need. But we'll find out. We will go over there and check it. Yeah, it only works on that one patch of lava. That's the only place in the entire game. What is that noise? Okay. So we got some gold here. Very important that we looted that. And we can teleport to Nyon. Or not Nyon. The pit. Actually, wait, Nyon will work, won't it? Behemoths frighten me. It's time my enemies learn my fear. I don't know why that randomly popped in my head. Okay, let's see. Right, I can't actually do it here. That's fine. And perfect. We can go back to 8, which means that we can get the last of the elemental chip things done. Let's go to the shops. The shops are a huge pain in the ass to get to here, aren't they? Now that I think about it. We have some shops at the front. And then we have some shops downstairs. I think the weapon and armor shop are both up here.
Customers, goblin grub good.
Let's see, plane between planes? I don't think we're doing the plane between planes yet. We're just making some progress. It's time to, like, fix our inventory, hopefully. Because it's currently nighttime.
My armor is tougher.
So the only shops that are open right now are here. Because Mind Magic, the Shadow Spire isn't actually open at night.
Jump.
For some reason.
Jump. Jump.
This is technology that they invented.
This is good.
Oh! Oh! Killing a monster with a single target attack will recover your action time.
Jump.
Well, I don't actually think of it as breaking of the immersion. I think of it as indication that the vampires in Shadowspire are kind of an underprivileged, like, underclass. Like, that they're actually, like, disprivileged within their society. So, because, like, the necromancers, the liches, even the zombies, none of them give a shit about what time of day it is, right? They don't have to give a shit about that. So the only people that it affects, really, are the vampires. And so the vampires get, you know, the short end of the stick.
Come back again soon.
And we don't see, like, much evidence that the vampires have any real political power within their society. So I think that that's a reasonable interpretation of events. See, that's the thing, right? Like, you don't have to break the immersion when you can just bring the analysis to it and go, what does it imply about this world that this thing is the way that it is?
We don't need it. We don't need it.
If you just start with the assumption that people are assholes.
Jump. Jump. Jump.
If you start from the assumption that the people...
Come back soon. Bring more gold.
that the necromancers are dicks, actually.
My armor is tougher. You come back again soon.
That is funny, to have my armor is tougher coming from that, like, spindly necromancer-ass looking guy. Okay. So, did we do the Temple of Light? We did not do the Temple of Light. Do I need to... I actually don't know that I do. So let's just beacon over to 8. We can't beacon to 8. Yeah, I mean, if you just bring like sociological analysis to the game world, you can glean information about the game world that creates an internally consistent logic more often than you'd think, right? But it just it relies on being able to recognize that people lie about their motivations, right? So like if you assume that the necromancer cohort, if you assume that group is a unified group that all have each other's best interests in mind and are all on equal parity with each other and blah 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 blah, which is the way that like a lot of writers write their worlds, right? Like especially in like a video game or something where it's all secondary, then like then it doesn't make any sense. But as soon as you go, oh well, do the vampires have any positions of power in this society? No. All the positions of power are held by necromancers who maybe don't like the fact that vampires are self-propagating, right? Like, unlike the other undead, vampires are self-propagating. Vampires are intelligent and have the ability to control themselves. There's some interests that are aligned between the necromancers and the vampires, but the vampires and the necromancers are fundamentally at odds. Like there's a fundamental like necromancers in this setting seem to mostly deal with mindless undead, right? And
We don't need it.
why do you create mindless undead? Because you want control over them. You want to control their behavior. You want the ability to decide everything that happens, right? You're a control freak. You can't control the vampires. So, it doesn't take a very advanced analysis to create a schism there, right? Because I would consider that, right, like a fairly surface level analysis of like, oh well, the necromancers are control freaks. That's fairly surface level. This is Temple of the Light. That's actually very funny. That's probably true. That's probably true. He's actually a vampire. No, I think that he hates... Look, I think that he's very relatable and that he hates both of these groups because they're both, like, kind of objectively assholes. Like, the Temple of the Light is full of such pieces of shit. No, it's not map time. Or is it? It's map time.
Where is the enemy?
Oh, this is the different Temple of the Light. Oh. And we did clear this. We just cleared this. Okay, we have ghosts. Oh, we have ghosts that are still alive. That's concerning. I'm gonna die, aren't I? I'm gonna die to the first pack of specters. No, we will actually survive it. Okay, we need to switch our spells because my spells are completely botched right now.
Okay.
We're gonna do... No, wait, that's the wrong coaster. Swapping to Dragon Breath. Whoa! Who?
I don't know.
I don't know where that came from. Okay, well, it's no longer map time. That's what happens. That do be what happened. What level is this map, anyway? 370. I was not actually intending to complete that map, by the way. Like, we could complete the map if we wanted. But I don't really feel like doing a map right now. I want to complete... Look, Silksong is, according to my phone, is being released next month. Okay? And it's 1 day from now that we get to next month. I don't know when Silksong's coming out. We need to finish the caster run, okay? The caster run needs to be finished. We can't be dicking around in maps all day. Especially since we need to get our inventory situation under control. Fire is up north. So, it's gonna happen. We're gonna get the caster run finished. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be joyous. Well, if that's the case, then we really need to get our asses in gear, okay? We need to get this shit turned in for what's her name. Okay. On the plus side, we can actually leave the plane of fire because it's an exterior zone without anything respawning, which is nice. Because we might actually just walk in and then get the thing completion and then walk out. We might not actually have any need to do the thing. So it'll depend on how much EXP this quest chain gives us. Look, you know, what I'm allowed to do and what I'm not allowed to do is, you know, this is just how things go, you know? This is just how things go. Sometimes in life, you gotta do a thing. Okay, we're doing this. I would love to get this done. Okay. Okay, who gets to lose? Doesn't matter. Oh, we can attune it. We can attune accuracy with a character that doesn't need it. Damn it. Attune endurance? I can't switch characters. God, this quest is a pain in the ass. This entire quest line is such a pain in the ass. Everything about this quest line is a pain in the ass. How do I not have enough of these stats? This is based off of vanilla, right? Okay, where is she? I'm trying to remember where she is. She's got a physical limitation. She's in Regna or something, right?
I'm sure we could pick well. Good luck.
Regna Caster's
Shop is clear. I have some special pieces for you.
Okay, so do I have to tune every stat? Because I do lose some in that stat, right? How do I not have enough? I have so much of the God's gear on everybody. How is it not enough?
I have some special pieces for you.
Did her values get changed? To, like, what is happening? Let's see. I wonder, I guess it's gotta be, like, looking at your raw, like, base stats or something? I probably am gonna have to just pop a stat potion or something. That's so fun. This fucking place. Okay, so what am I doing? I am constructing. I don't want to waste my ingredients on that though. It's fine. I can make like a tier 2 black potion or something. I don't want to give up Cassowary's physical stats to, because I'm losing a fraction of this stat, right? So I want to use the characters that don't need the stat. Like, why would I want to give up Cassowary's accuracy and might when I could give up accuracy and might from someone who doesn't need it? Well, I haven't tried Cassowary, to be clear. I have not tried attuning with Cassowary. I'm gonna attune luck with you. Okay, we could attune personality. Fine, perfect, excellent. So you're cursed. Is that insanity? What the? Oh, you're drunk. That would be funny. That's a funny idea. That's funny. I'm not gonna do it, but it would be funny. Ooh, boy, is that tempting. Let's see. So we're looking to just attune might and accuracy, right? How much of the stat do I lose? Let's 2762.
I have some special pieces for you.
I lose 10? No shot. No shot. No shot am I wasting 10 in a stat. I don't know. One thing that I do not understand about writers, why would you write a character that's annoying who is a literal stand-in for you? Because, like, this is an annoying quest line with an annoying character, but the annoying character is just you, right? Like, this is just the author. Because she's just standing in to do your job for you, which is to tell us to do stupid bullshit that we don't need to do, right? Like, why would you make her so annoying? Why would you make this questline annoying and then be like, oh, well, she's annoying, so I guess she's just annoying? It's like, but why this is you. This is just you being annoying. This is just you. There's no space between you and Verdant. No daylight, kid. No daylight between you and Verdant. Okay. Right, we need to make a strength potion or some bullshit like that. Okay, so... let's see. And we need which stats? Might and accuracy. So... provides haste, heroism, blah, blah, blah. I guess I could do this with a purple and see if resilience boost gets the job done. We can get pure power and pure resilience out of this. So pure power will give us might. So let's make that happen.
Don't have too much.
To find an empty bottle. There's an empty bottle. I don't need one.
I have too much. Yes.
So this is pure power. We just need to get this to 110. So we have the thing equipped, right? Yes. So we have plus 40, so that's plus 80. So we need a 30 power reagent. This is a 70 power reagent. Close enough for everyone to work. Okay, this doesn't quite get us to the 3rd tier, but that's fine. There's pure power on you.
I have some special pieces for you.
And then we attune might. And accuracy. And intellect on you, who doesn't need it. Actually, that shouldn't have been you. That should have been the other one. No, actually it doesn't matter either way. Okay. It's not a tradition, though. What do you mean it's a tradition? A tradition amongst who? amongst annoying people on the internet? There's, like, within a certain, like, tiny niche subgroup of the modding community for, like, Western RPGs, it's a tradition. Because, like, I remember there being annoying characters that were stand-ins for the author in, like, maybe Baldur's Gate 2 mods. But, like, nowhere else. No one makes that. That's not a thing. Like, it's like, developers make quests that some players find annoying. They don't make the quest to be annoying. Right? Like, that's not a thing that people typically do. That's a very abnormal thing. So you do need literally 10 Philosopher's Stones. Which I have. Somewhere. Let's see. You're asleep. Yes. You're insane. So, this was like, what, a group decision? Like, multiple people got in on this and thought it would be funny to make the quest as annoying as possible for themselves? Because they're the ones who have to play it. You have, like, a tiny Might and Magic modding community that made a quest bad for themselves deliberately? That's even more crazy. That's even more crazy to me. Okay, we have plenty of Philosopher's Stones. So, actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to find our weakest Philosopher's Stones. And see if we can just stick to only Philosopher's Stones that are under 85 base power. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Swap off of this inventory so we don't have access to it. Okay. 7. Okay, it looks like that's all we can do. 8, 9, 10. Let's see. So many.
I have some special pieces for you.
So you're saying, Nate, it's entirely possible. It's entirely possible that the reason that Verdant is so annoying is because the original main developer was so annoying. It's literally just like, oh yeah, this was a person who, you know, annoying to deal with. Okay. So have I finished this? Okay, 5 will-o-wisp parts. Okay, so this is the thing. We like, you have to like click the button a bunch of times for some reason. Need to get an eyeball. I guess I should have written that down. It's fine though. Where are my dragon eyes?
I have some special pieces for you.
Vial of troll blood.
I have some special pieces for you.
Focal ring and gog blood. There's 1 gog blood. Where's the focal ring? I did find a focal ring this time, so I don't have to, like, save scum in a random place to get access to the focal ring. Just need to find the damn thing. Yeah, did it not use it? Did I have other Philosopher's Stones that were sitting around? Shit. There's a ruby ring. No, I didn't sell it. Wait, did I accidentally sell it? No. This is why I don't sell any rings. That's an angel tier ring. I've been holding onto that focal ring for so long. Don't tell me that I fucking sold it. This is why I don't sell anything. People wonder why I'm fucking like this. And this is why I'm like this. We're hitting G and praying. The problem is that rings get sorted into completely different inventories. I know that it doesn't look like any of the... Like, I know what a Scarab ring looks like. I know what the Blessed ring looks like. I know what the Witch ring looks like. I know that the other one isn't a focal ring. It's something else. It's from my Magic 6.
No room.
So, like, I only have to look at the rings that I don't recognize offhand. That's a good point. I can just up a ring into it. Do we know what the thing is immediately prior to the focal ring? Do we even have any White Magic 8 rings? Okay, so allegedly this can be turned into a focal ring on its own. Let's try that. Man, remind me to never play Merge mod without Ma. Just no thank you. Because I can only do this because it's on Ma. I couldn't do this in vanilla. I would have to track down.
I have some special pieces for you.
It's. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Look, I feel like my compatriots back in the early aughts were maybe somewhat antisocial. Let's be clear. These are my people, okay? I was in these communities. I was at the edges looking in. I wasn't. I'm antisocial. I don't talk to people. But like. Yeah.
I have some special pieces for you.
Okay. Okay.
There isn't any room.
So what is it that I'm supposed to do now? Are we now finished with her bullshit? Are we, like, just done? Like, we use this to go to the end game? Is that how it works? Huh. Oh, is Malekith in here? Hey, Malekith, how do you feel about deleting Verdant from the game? Have you considered deleting Verdant? I have great news. I think that I'm done with Verdant's bullshit. No. Don't add a Maw quest line. Don't bother. Just delete Verdant and add a portal in this room that just goes to the end game location that was added in Merge Mod. Or don't bother. It's fine. We don't need it. Did we run into a bug? What's the bug we ran into? You know what? There is a bug alert. Verdant is bugging me. I do like the flying cactus. That's why I originally said. That's why the original position was whatchamacallit? The thing that I said. Okay. We can... Malekith was summoned by me talking about something bugging me because the word bug is in it. Let's see. What am I doing? I believe what we're doing is we're clearing our inventory of all alchemy materials and all gemstones, right? We're done? That is a funny idea. That is a possibility. No, nobody's wearing it. I must have sold the damn thing. Well, we need to finish the entire game. I think you need to finish each game before you can actually go to the post game. I think you need to get all three of the things done. But I also can't do Silk Song because it's not released, so I can't play Silk Song. I can't play it. Unfortunately, finishing the caster run will not make Team Cherry release. You know what? We should do a petition to Team Cherry of, hey, when this random tiny streamer finishes their caster run, can you immediately release Silk Song? So they have something to do. I'm sure they'll be on board with that. And then when it inevitably takes me a month and a half to finish the caster run and the original deadline goes by and they don't release the game, then they'll have someone to blame. Okay, let's see. Why do I have all these... GG. Let's see. Okay. We are going to make some potions with these... Where'd my Philosopher's Stones go? Where did my Sorcerer's Stones go? Man, publishers are so dumb. Regardless of what name they go by, they're all so dumb. Like... when I think about the fact that they changed it to Sorcerer's Stone in the United States, and think about that combined with Police Academy thing, where they were like, oh, there's too many jokes in this and I can't keep up with how fast the jokes are, so because I'm too dumb to understand this, we're going to shut down this incredibly popular show after 3 minutes. Oh, well, that's not where I want that to be, but that's fine.
Not too much.
Okay. So, we have a 174 power potion. Okay, pure elemental resistance on you.
Yes.
Let's just just get
No
rid of
room,
this.
there isn't no room. No room.
Just doing a lot of work in this case.
There isn't any room.
Okay, so
Yes.
193 power catalyst. Okay,
Yes.
we're on what, the third inventory? Okay, so we have the two extras.
Yes.
There we go. They're very sad, but the thing that I mean, I don't know if I'd call the Sorcerer's Stone thing sad so much as it's just depressing. I mean, I guess it's sad in like a specific connotation. They're sad in different ways. Like one of them's sad in the sense that it's like, oh well, we lost out on something that was apparently like a really good show, and one of them is, oh wow, this person is is kind of sad and pathetic. But like it's not, there's like nothing lost there really, right? Like it's just like it's just a funny story, right? To be like, oh yeah, the censors were so dumb that they thought that everybody else was as illiterate as they are.
Yes.
But also, the thing that's really funny to me about it is that it's like the word sorcerer is never used in the Harry Potter universe. So, like, given that the term is never used, why would... Ooh, did we break him? No, we didn't. There's still him. Oh, what is the Sorcerer's Stone that he's talking about? Turns out the same editor is just misquoting him. Wait. Why do I have so many per self-resistance potions? Shit. Did I have extras? We're gonna find out. Two, three, four. Yes, I have 7 of them for some reason. Okay, it doesn't matter. So I've used some of the wrong ones, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which ones we're using, because we've made them all. Okay, so we've used all the resistance potions now. Do we want to make resilience potions? I guess we might as well, right? Yeah, let's do that. So, if we make you into a Paladin's Potion, I wonder if a Paladin's Potion gets the job done.
Yes.
It does not. Swiftness Potion, maybe. Resilience Boost is probably what we're looking for, so yellow, green, purple leads to Resilience Boost. And we can, yes, so yellow, green, and purple. And we already did the Pure Wisdoms on everybody, so we're just looking to add yellows to these to get the thing done. How many of these do I have left? I have 2 left. So I guess we'll put 1 on Jungle... Oh, they also give luck, don't they? So that is something that everybody wants, in theory. I'll take a look and see if I have powerful enough base ingredients to actually make the potions for everybody. Let's see, we finished the main quest line. Okay, this... Do we only have the one? We only have the one stone left because it randomly ate the ones that it wasn't supposed to. Then... But yeah, we have a lot of phoenix feathers. All of these are powerful enough reagents to make a thing. The dragon turtle fangs are not all strong enough to do it, but we might be able to make it work. Let's try this.
There isn't any room.
These are
I have
blue,
too
right?
much. Yes.
Yeah, so we need a purple potion, which we can easily make using
There isn't any
this.
room. Yes.
That's exactly what we need, so I was correct that
Yes.
that. And then we needed, I think it was green and yellow, right? Yes. Resilience. Oh, actually, I don't even need to look at that. I can just look at the... Right, no, this is going to the next tier, right? This is... This... So, yes, it's green and yellow. So green requires another blue.
There isn't any much.
And we need to find a yellow of appropriate power. Did we make this? I can't confirm that I made this. It doesn't matter. It's not powerful enough. We need a base ingredient that's got at least like 85. Which I think I got rid of most of my devil ichor, which is what I would expect to need. If I do this, this item is not quite strong enough to get the job done.
Yes.
But if we make the last one with something a little bit stronger, right now we should have 160. Power. No. What is the combination? It's green and yellow, right? So that means that we need another yellow ingredient. Okay, we found the devil ichor. So this is strong enough to get that up to there. Perfect. So if we combine you with the purple, we get the resilience boost. Resilience boost with another yellow. So I need something with exactly 85 power. Exactly. 86 is close enough for
I have too
that.
much. Yes.
So this is our first pure resilience done. First pure resilience is going to go to Junglefell. Just because of the fact that I've been giving all of the luck stuff to Junglefell because Junglefell's luck has been so bad, and I think we're just keeping in theme. Did he actually say that, or is that just something that somebody misquoted him with? Wait. Wait. Was Ben Franklin just like some random uncle? Okay, and he did say Philosopher's Stone. He did say so he used the correct terminology. Okay, I was gonna say if Benjamin Franklin just coined the term Sorcerer's Stone randomly because he just didn't remember the right one, or he was just making up a new word. Okay, so we've got that done. Did we make another one? We didn't yet, right? So we're just making a random easy purple, and then we'll combine it with this catalyst. We'll give that to Cassowary, I guess. Oh no, we should give that to Goose. Goose also doesn't have any durability to speak of.
I have too much.
So, red.
Yes. Ha. Yes. Ha.
Okay, and then we need what? Yellow? Okay, so we now have a pure resilience that we add the catalyst to, and we give that to Goose. You know, I don't know though. I feel like it's entirely possible that Ben Franklin was just a cringe old man. Collecting a bunch of sayings to put in an almanac is a pretty cringe. That's a pretty cringy uncle thing to do. Let's see. This 127 power for blue potion. Okay. Okay. Let's see, I'm picking up what you're putting down. So all of these are weak, right? So what you're telling me is that he was also just a creepy old pervert. You know, look, the cringy uncle vibes are getting stronger and stronger as time passes. The thing that's interesting actually is that like Ben Franklin was like
I have some
a
special pieces
character
for you.
from like my childhood.
Have a good one.
And by character, I do mean character, because like he's in a bunch of made-up stories.
I have some special pieces for you.
But like, of the founding fathers whose names I actually remember, I don't know that he wrote anything that was actually politically relevant that I'm aware of. I'm sure he did something important, but I legitimately can't think of anything that he wrote of importance. Like, how relevant was he in the writing of the Constitution? Like, what did he do?
Have a good one.
Was he just everyone's cringe uncle and was just hanging out? Unclear. Unclear. So we should check all of these reagents. We should actually just sell all of these mushrooms that we have.
I have some special pieces for you.
All of these are below the power threshold that we care about. Oh man, this is going to be delightful. It's going to be so good to get rid of all this bullshit. Okay.
I have some special pieces for you. Have a good
There
one.
we go. There we go. Bunch of will-o-wisp parts. These are blue potion materials, though. I'm not going to get rid of these yet. I can get rid of plenty.
I have some special pieces
I don't
for
need
you.
anywhere near this many. Anything that's above the power threshold. Don't think so. Yeah, was he an enthusiast for that stuff, or did he actually write important legislation regarding that stuff? Because there is a
Have
distinction
a good
there.
one.
Because it's important to remember that this is basically just like a boys' club where it's like these people. This is like a social group, right? Like when you think of like the founding fathers, it's basically just a collection of dudes who all knew each other and
I
were
have some special
vaguely
pieces
politically aligned occasionally,
for you. Have a good.
at least when it came to shitting on the British.
I have some special pieces for you.
So like I don't know how
Have a good one.
there's a lot of them who are probably not terribly relevant and whose names could have been lost to history and it wouldn't have made a difference because they didn't really contribute anything of note. Like, the
have
reason
some
we
special
remember
pieces
Ben
for you.
Franklin could easily just be because he's, like, kind of just a weird uncle who said a bunch of weird shit. And that's why he's remembered, is because he's kooky, as opposed to because he actually was politically relevant at the time. Because, like, he was into mad science, right? So, like, but, like, he was no Newton, right? Like, Isaac Newton did shit, right? Like, he was scientifically relevant, right? And the stories of Ben Franklin from when I was a kid kind of, like, painted him in a similar vein, right, to Newton. But I don't think Ben Franklin contributed anything to, like, the scientific, like, community. Like, I don't know that he contributed anything in particular worth, right? He was just kind of a guy who was, you know, an enthusiast, right? As opposed to, like, a mathematician or a physicist or whatever, right? So I would be curious if he was just enthusiastically around a bunch of the most important people in the history of the country. Because bear in mind, I'm not saying that he was that, because I don't remember anything relevant about him, right? That's the thing, is that I'm like, is the fact that I don't remember anything about him because there isn't really anything relevant that he did? This inventory boss is gonna get so beaten. Oh, so he did design a stove. Do we have confirmation on that? The stove was not designed by a slave and then he took credit for it, or designed by his wife and then he took credit for it? Because given the time period, it's important. It's important to maybe to fact check those claims. You know, there's a big difference between held the patent for and invented. These are different things. Again, not saying that he did it. I'm just saying, if it's a thing that you remember from being a kid as opposed to something that you've looked up recently, I would give fair odds that he didn't actually do the thing. Ooh, we can get rid of all these gemstones. Let's go. All gone. All gone. Unicorn horns. Okay, we can get rid of these Philosopher's Stones. Let's see. Do we need the 74 is probably too weak to bother with. I'm gonna get rid of the 74. The 76 I'll hold on to. 74 we get rid of. The thing is that we're gonna need to supplement our yellow ingredients with higher value ingredients from other types if we're gonna be making this happen. We don't need this. Actually, we have so few yellow ingredients that I should maybe hold on to those. The mercury is not high enough. For catalysts, luckily, we only have to worry about whether it meets the arbitrary 85 threshold. If it's not 85 or higher, we don't need it at all. There's no nuance there. Let's see here. This is just a bunch of gems. Ooh, baby, we can clear out like an entire inventory's worth of gems. Okay, we have 2 more Philosopher's Stones chilling here, and a Mercury that's above 85. That means that we can make 3 more of those things very casually. And if we make 3 more of those, then we are done.
Yes. Yes.
Perfect. So... okay, do that. So we're just making some purples. We have the yellows right there. Do I... yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we're looking to make some perps. We don't need the high quality ingredients for this. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
And then we need another yellow, right? Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Did he make a musical instrument?
Yes.
Like he invented a
Yes.
musical instrument?
Yes. Yes.
There we go. There we go. Okay, we've got the pure resilience. We've got all of the things done. Is it different than a normal one? Like, does it being made out of glass like change the musical quality in a meaningful way? I would presume
some
it
special pieces
does.
for you.
Of course, this. Look, I'm beginning to see why it is that this guy's popular. I'm beginning to see. I'm beginning to see what the hype is about. Okay, I believe I can just get rid of all of my materials now. Basically, I just don't need any of them now. There are stat boosts that I haven't done yet, but I don't actually need to do any of them, so we're just not going to worry about it. Now, what I could have done was taken the int and personality off of cassowary. That would have maybe been the way to go with that. But it's fine that I did it. We don't need to worry about it. Is it? Isn't that, like, sedition or something? Prominently featuring the invention of a filthy yank? Not even just a filthy yank, but a filthy traitorous yank who's one of the people that actually was involved in the rebellion? I don't know, man. Are you sure? Given the state of free speech in the UK, I feel like whoever was responsible for that decision might get arrested. They do not believe in that shit over there. I don't know. I don't think it was the lead in the crystal. I'm pretty sure it was just bullshit that people said because because that's the kind of shit people say. Look, I've been through the Satanic Panic. 6 or 7 times at this point. No. I'm pretty sure that absolutely nothing happened and a bunch of people just made up some bullshit because they felt like it. That's my presumption. Okay, so we're finally selling off all of our gems. Let's see. But there was lead in everything back then. It's very unlikely that you would see like lead poisoning acute enough from something like that. I just don't think that you could actually source that to that location, considering how much like people put lead in like face paint at the time, right? Like, just because there's like a justification for something temporally, where you're like, oh well, maybe it's because of this. It's like generally no. Generally, it's just Satanic Panic shit. Like there isn't an actual reason for it. It's just some people made some stuff up, and then other people post hoc rationalize the irrational thing with a justification based off of a thing that actually exists, right? But it's like, no, they were just probably talking out of their asses. That's like the typical expectation. Okay. If I had done the inventory management and kept it up, we could have done this a long time ago. Dungeons and Dragons. Satan's game. Your children like it or not. It's very funny. My hand is actually getting tired from this. I've had to click so many times that my hand's getting tired. Okay. We are going to give my hand a rest by going into this inventory and hitting G.
No room. I have too much.
Okay, so
I have some special pieces.
we're getting there. And I think these things are just random, right? The magic lamps I think are random. So I could just use the magic lamps. You know what? I'll just use them on a person until they get a stat boost. and then use it on the next person. Okay, they got a stat boost. It's a garbage one that they don't need, but that's fine.
There isn't any room.
It's tempting to reload for that because that means that my EXP just got desynced, but I'm not going to worry about it. It's fine. We're turning up over a new leaf here. These, however, are not random, so I'm going to hold on to those. Anything useful? Nope. Nope.
Sure, we got armor.
Sure, we got armor. Got more armor now.
What's your pleasure?
You know what? I think we should definitely get rid of all the blood and harpy feathers because those are pretty large. But we're gonna. I think we're.
I have some special pieces for
I think
you.
we're done for now. I don't think I need to worry about it. Yeah, we just get rid of all of the stuff that takes up 2 slots here. And then
Jump. Have a good one.
get rid of this.
What's your pleasure?
And we can now do what? Do we... Nope, we have to go back to 7. Okay, we're going back to 7 because turning in those quests for Verdant got the job done. So we're popping over to 7. And we can pop over to Mount Nyone. So we're going to start clearing Nyone. And that'll be good. We can organize our inventory again.
No room. I have too much.
And look at that. Look how much space we've cleared up just by getting rid of all that bullshit.
It's close.
Almost like we should have done that a long time ago. Who's attacking who? They're attacking those things over there. I'm gonna go over here. Wait, what are you shooting? Oh, you're attacking a random peasant for some... Okay. Weird, but I'm not going to worry about it. Can they come on land? I don't actually know if they can come on land. I'm going to see if they can come on land. They can come back on land. Okay, perfect. Rude. Alright, we are going to do the same thing again, only this time we're going to save. The reason I didn't save was because there was that weird hostility going on, but let's just not worry about it. We're going to Nyone. Have we completed the... Oh, actually, we maybe aren't doing Nyone now. Give me a second. We need to go to the pit and talk to Castor. And grab the thing. We are going to cast Levitate. I don't think it's going to work in here, but we're going to cast it. Oh, is it not Castor? Which one is it? Birdie. Okay. So, we don't need the Thunderfist Mountain thing anymore, so we're just going to set a beacon here. You know, we've been very popular with the bots the last couple days. It's kind of wild. The bots do be loving it. Let's see. I like Final Fantasy Tactics style games. I do like me some of those. Okay, we're able to head in there. Second. Oh. Yes, I just can't see when that happens. Thanks for grabbing that, Celestial. I can't see that it happened on my screen here. So Robert the Wise is dead. Okay. Not a boss, easy peasy. So we can just pop over here. So if it's like Final Fantasy Tactics, it's a parody of a D&D game. I mean, that could be fun. So basically, like, the tone of the game is like, oh, that's funny. This guy's gonna respawn if we ever come back in this dungeon, because we've only cleared 50% of the dungeon. That's fine. No, like, I can't see when it gets removed on my screen at all, so I just didn't notice.
No, there isn't any. No room. There isn't any room. No room.
The OBS chat doesn't update when something gets moderated. So Doom and Destiny. That's not what I needed to do. I needed to portal to the pit. Okay. So what is my new quest? Oh, shit. I think I now just need to go to the castle. Or something. Let's see, how much EXP? Oh, baby! We have two... Okay. That quest gave us a shit ton of EXP. So let's go back to Harmondale. Quickly Google Doom and Destiny, see if we have something else to get started before we do Silksong. Doom and Destiny. Let's see. In what way is this like Final Fantasy Tactics? This looks like normal. This is a standard JRPG, right? The combat system looks like it's just normal RPG Maker. I mean, I only saw one screenshot of the actual combat system, but that's the impression that I got. GG. GG. Put a little bit of strain on my back with that there stretch. Look, I managed to go 40 years without pulling my back. I'm not intended to go And pull it now. It's not entirely true. I did fuck up my back as a teenager, but not in a way that had permanent consequences.
We can train you. Very good. Very good.
I didn't like going to my locker between classes.
Very good. Very
So
good. Very good. Very good.
so I just never did. It was actually funny because like I remember at some point, like, my girlfriend decided to put something for Valentine's Day or something in my locker and had to concoct some sort of scheme not to get access to my locker. I don't know how she got access to my locker, but to get me to go to my locker because I wasn't going to go to my locker. Like, there was no chance that I was going to go to my locker. I hadn't opened my locker in probably months. So, like... I don't know what happened. I don't know how she managed to get me to open my locker without me suspecting anything. Like, it's really remarkable that that scheme actually worked. But it did. It did. Let's see. Unfortunately, I'm not in regular enough communication with her for it to be socially normal to, like, send her a message going, "Hey, do you remember this random incident when we were both teenagers? Do you remember how you managed to, like, get into my locker in the first place? And what lie you had to concoct to get me to open my locker that I never opened?" Like, I think I barely remembered which locker was mine. She might have had to tell me what locker was mine. She must have gotten teachers involved. There's no way that she didn't get teachers involved in order to make that happen. I just don't see any way that there weren't teachers involved in getting that locker. Hey, Malga. Let's see. We have so many skill points. Do we dump every single one of them into dark magic? Nice. Yeah, we finally got our thingamabobber. I'm still not sure what the bug is that they're talking about. What was the bug? Oh, bug alert. Malkith, Verdant. Yes, that's true. Verdant has been bugging me. No, my suggestion is removing Verdant from the game. That's my suggestion. Is, what if we just removed her from the game completely? Because the only purpose she serves is to annoy people. I was talking about how, like, there's like a specific dynamic of, like, early aughts, like, mod writers where they'll write a character who's a stand-in for themselves and then just make that character annoying and make you do things that are not fun to do and aren't interesting and contribute nothing. And they'll do that, and I'm like, why are you doing this? Nobody's forcing you to add a character that sends you on a bunch of bullshit fetch quests. That's the thing. I don't think there was an idea behind it other than to be annoying. I think the purpose of the character and the quest line is to be a pain in the ass. I think that that's like the actual goal that they were going with. Because why else would they make the character deliberately annoying when the character is specifically telling you to do a bunch of bullshit fetch quest stuff, right? I cannot imagine that the character and quest line exist for any purpose other than being annoying. I would be shocked to find out that there was another purpose behind them other than that. Did we need something for you? We did need to get spear mastery if we want to use a spear in one hand, but we don't really necessarily need it. We could actually just use this sword forever. Which we might as well do. You wanted to get up to bodybuilding GM. That's one thing that we wanted. So the quest line asks you to get a couple of items from dwarves, right? Which is actually perfectly reasonable. It makes usage of... The Dark Dwarf dungeon being used doesn't make a ton of sense because that's a dungeon that's actually fairly utilized by 8. The dwarf... The requirement to get the item from the dwarves in 7 makes perfect sense. Like, it's like, oh, this is a very underutilized mechanic. Let's make use of the fact that you have this, like, hidden chests over in the corner here. That's a solid addition to the game, right? The one in the Dark Dwarf Mines is just fine. Like, it doesn't add or detract anything from the game, in my opinion. The one with the other dwarves is legitimately additional content that's meaningful, right? I think that's meaningfully additional content. Let's see. There's a third. What is the thing you need to get from 6? I'm blanking on what you need in 6. Because you need something from 8, then something from 7. The wisp wrappings. The wisp wrappings is a weird one. If like the fix that I would do for the wisp wrappings is there should only be one wisp wrapping in the game, right? It shouldn't just be all over the place. That's a very strange decision to like have a bunch of copies of that. But that's another one where it's like I don't know why it's necessary to add that. But I guess if you're just looking to get something from each game, though I personally think it would be more interesting to have it be something from the other dwarves. Like take something from the dwarves in each location. To have dwarf, and then undead is weird. But that would be a rewrite that isn't worth doing. Unless you were really interested in the project. But like that initial quest chain is fun. There's one solid quest in there, and then there's 2 that are like a little baffling, but whatever. And then is there anything decent after that point? After that point, it's just finding random nonsense, right? And then stealing your stats? Is that all there is to the quest? Is just finding a bunch of... Yes, so you need to get a bunch of alchemy materials, and you need to get a bunch of gemstones. And then you need 10 Philosopher's Stones. Like, basically the entire quest line, it amounts to just that fetch stuff. And then stealing your stats. And saying that you're not going to steal the stats, but actually doing it anyway. which is a strange decision for a character that is again an author stand-in. Yeah, you lose 10 in the stat that she steals. She says that you're not gonna lose the stat, but she's lying. When you're doing the attunement for each stat that requires that you have a certain stat, she takes 10 in the stat. I think that it's because they're not permanent. That would be my assumption, Astro Kitty, is that it's looking at your base stat, it's not looking at your modified stat from gear. So none of my characters that basically I've been exclusively using, but even then, no, I probably haven't gotten any meaningful amounts of shrines. So, like, you'll have the barrels necessary to get your stats high enough probably by then, but the barrels will have been given to characters that actually need the stats. Okay. And then you're done. Is it? It's capped at only 255? That's interesting. I didn't realize that there was a cap on it, because obviously I never would have reached it. But that's interesting, because like in base game, I think the highest checks are 600, right? No, I'm not going to the breach because I have to actually finish the games first. So we finished we finished her quest line, but we haven't actually we haven't gotten to the point where we can go to the breach yet, I don't think. I think it just gives you hints about stuff, right? I think that... Oh, wait, no, we have to go to, like, a house or something. I don't remember. We're not going to the breach yet, either way. We're going to do the rest of the plot. Yeah, we wanted to finish that quest in particular just so that I could purge my inventory of all of my random bullshit. Yeah, deleting Verdant from the game is probably not optimal, because there is that one quest that I will admit provides value. Let's see. That's true. There we go. That's a good idea. That would be a good call. You know what I think it might be? I think it might be that we were all teenagers, and so we didn't comprehend that there's more to parody than just doing the thing and winking. I think that's what it is. I think the reason that there was that trend of having a character who's annoying for the sake of being annoying, and who is doing the things that, like, real artists don't do, but the people who are, like, playing the games think they're doing deliberately. I think that's what it is that we were all a bunch of dumb teenagers. That's what it is. We were dumb teenagers who thought that parody was when you did a thing and then winked. That's it. I'm locking it in. That's the reason that Verdant exists. Verdant exists in the way that she does because at the time,
Okay.
these communities were full of dumb teenagers like me who thought, I guess I wasn't a teenager in the odds, but whatever. But I think that's the thing. So, like, oh, it's annoying when they send you on dumb fetch quests. What if we just parodied that, but then they don't parody it, they just do it? Right? I think that's it. I think that's what it is. I'm locking it in. That's my answer. Let's see. The main guy for Merge Mod, I do not know. Oh, Verdant. Like, Verdant is deliberately annoying. She's written to antagonize the player. Like, if you look at her writing, she'll do things like aggressively lie to you and say, like, okay, I'm not going to steal your stats, and then she steals your stats. Like, she does a bunch of stuff that's, like, carefully cultivated to maximally annoy the player. Not like the characters, but like to go out of the game to annoy the player. That's Verdant's character, right? That's the that's what she's doing. Like, it's not incidental that she's annoying. She's annoying for the purpose of parody, but they're not doing a parody, they're just doing the thing. Right? We don't need to be on you. We can switch to this. We had you on. Oh, so we survived. Okay, we might die here. We do have the ability to keep flying, so we're at the bottom. Concerning. Let's see. Oh, the actual creator. I don't know. That was something that was found a way to deal with her. I don't know who created Verdant. I don't know who created Verdant. The whole merge quest line, presumably concocted as a fever dream of somebody. If I don't talk to Verdant, then I can't do the merge mod quests. Like, I can't get to the ending of the game. There's so much content locked behind Verdant. By which I mean, the one incredibly bizarre area. The cactus place is definitely an interesting location. It's a bizarre setup. It is very funny that you just haven't even seen the end. Because you're just like, no. I simply will not. Oh, right, I didn't actually... Nope, that's the wrong spell. I didn't actually train my bodybuilding. Oh, shit. Okay, that's not even... Oh, it is there too. Yes, so we didn't crit for some reason. Give me a sec. What's my crit chance? Whoa! Why is your crit... Didn't you have 1,700 luck? Where'd your luck go? Where did your luck go, friend? Was I maintaining a buff that I'm not maintaining right now? Also, wait, are you maintaining preservation instead of the right person? No, Goose is maintaining it. Yeah, I think I used to have higher luck. I don't know what I maybe don't have the buff active that gives you luck or something, or maybe something else, because I thought I had 200 more luck than I have. Because it's gone down a lot in just a few levels. I think that what's going on is I simultaneously am higher level and have, because I had like 105% crit chance the last I checked. And I thought that I had like 1,600 luck. 1,400 luck is... Yeah. I definitely had way higher luck than Mina does. So I think we have fallen behind, and I don't know what caused it. I don't know what I changed to lose all that luck. Let's take a look. Do I have... Which resistance is luck? Actually, do I have Day of the Gods active? I don't have Day of the Gods. Vernon just stole 200 luck. It's, you know what? That's not entirely unfair. Ooh. You gotta have more cow levels. Those are the best kind of level. Alright, so we definitely need to get our dragon up to snuff. Tempting to get another luck ring made or something. Oh! Yeah, why do you have so much HP? Did I actually stop reserving a spell? Did I have Day of the Gods active and I turned it off? I think I must have. That's what it was. It was Day of the Gods. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Well, it's not so much that, like, I dismiss the idea that, like, she's obviously a joke the whole way, but, like, where's the joke? Like, that's the thing, is that, like, I'm not 15 anymore, so I'm not used to being around people who think that it's funny to do, like, a thing, but ironically, right? Like, that's not a thing I deal with in my day-to-day life, because, again, I'm not 15 anymore. I'm not surrounded by 15-year-olds. That's just not my lived experience anymore. So, like, I'm gonna make a joke by just torturing you for no reason is, like, just not really... Like, so, like, the thing is, for me, if someone in my life was making a joke where the entire joke was just making my life harder, they would be being a dick. It would just be mean-spirited. Like, that's what it is. They know what they're doing. But the thing is that if you're 15, you can do the exact same thing, and the reason that you're doing it is because you think that it's parody. right? Like, you're not actually being mean, you just think that's what parody is, right? You think that that's a genre, like, that you understand a thing that you don't understand, right? And so you're, like, accidentally doing harm, right? Like, there's a I think a significant difference between the mentality that goes into the sort of like the pseudo parodies and the thing. It just takes getting back into that headspace and going, wait a second, no, like they maybe don't realize that this is not actually a parody, this is just doing the thing, right? Because that's the thing that takes, you know, creators like time and effort and practice to learn is how do you parody a thing without just like doing the thing. And parody is very difficult, but it was very popular at the time, right? Like, parody is really hard. Like, just look at Colbert, right? Like, people back in the day, people who were conservative just thought that Colbert, the joke, was on liberals because Colbert himself was a conservative like them. Like, the thing with parody is that it's you have to work at it to make it actually like be parody instead of, again, just like doing the thing. Like a good example of like a parody, in my opinion, is like to have narrative references to fetch quests that are like annoying and thinger, but you don't actually end up having to do them. There's a fairly funny example of like a parody quest line in the Baldur's Gate 2 expansion where you have the ability to there's like something where you need to get like, oh, you need to get the eye of the beholder or something. And like, look, Colbert was peak when I was 14, okay? I'm sure that the content would age perfectly well. It would not. It would not. But yeah, like, so there's this quest where you're supposed to like go grab a beholder eye in order to get access to some room, right? And you can go grab the beholder eye, and it's just a big fight. Like, it's not actually like it's not like a time-consuming, annoying task. It's just a difficult fight. But you also have like this adventuring party that shows up, and you can just like send them to go get it for you. And you're basically like sending them on a fetch quest. And all the dialogue is dialogue where like they come off sounding like the protagonists being sent on a fetch quest. And it's cute and it's fun, and it ends with like them basically going, well, why don't we just do the thing rather, because clearly we're more powerful than these people, otherwise why would they send us off to do this fetch quest? Let's just like kill them and take their shit or something, right? And so you have a fight with them, and they're not that strong, and you start killing them, and then the loading thing happens, like you had just reloaded a save, and it goes back to the beginning of the conversation, and they go, you know what, actually here's the thing that you wanted, and they move on. And it's just so funny, because it's like parodying the way that the player plays, right? It's like, okay, these characters are doing what you're doing in all of these conversations, where you're like, I think I could take them, get completely annihilated. You know what, never mind, it's fine, here's your quest item, let's go. Right? And it's delightful, it's good parody. And the reason it's good parody is it's not the thing, right? It's not sending you on a fetch quest. It's you sending these other people on a fetch quest and them, you know, saying, hey, this is some bullshit and coming after you, right? That makes it a very fun parody. And I just really, I really enjoy that scene. There's other stuff like that. Making references to the kind of fetch quest stuff in terms of in terms of narrative structure, like, I think works, right? Like, having a quest that sounds on its face like a fetch quest, but which isn't, and which is really, like, here's an interesting way to do a parody that's, like, comical, but not, like, like comedy isn't necessarily the only thing that you're doing there, but, like, you could send the player on a fetch quest, and the reason you're sending them on a fetch quest, and the characters are complaining about the fact that they're on a fetch quest or whatever, right? But, like, the reason you're doing it is to give space for, like, character interaction, and, like, they're on a very, like, time-sensitive thing, giving space for the characters to just interact with each other because they have no choice but to do this slow thing, where they have time to, have, like, conversations that you wouldn't necessarily expect to have time for in the narrative that you're doing, right? Like, you could do some work with that, with, like, the fetch quest itself isn't what's the word, is not, from a gameplay perspective, time consuming. It's narratively time-consuming in-universe, while taking a normal amount of time for the scenes that you're doing out of universe, if that makes any sense, right? Like, if it takes them 15 days to do a thing, you're shifting through those days fairly quickly, but highlighting sort of, like, certain character growth moments and things like that. Like, that's a thing that you can do to do, like, a parody on fetch quests in a way that, like, serves the creative goals of the project. Because, like, sometimes you write a thing and you want to do a thing, and, like, it's like, well, how do I do that? Like, one of the struggles that I have with Baldur's Gate 3 is that it puts such a strict time limit on the character right at the start, where it's like, oh, okay, well, you need to immediately act on this, and if you don't immediately act on this, there's no telling what could happen to you. So the character is on a time crunch, but the actual gameplay is, like, meandering around doing random bullshit and telling jokesy jokes, right? And it's like, there's such a massive desync between what the narrative is telling me and what the gameplay is telling me, that I just don't know how to interact with it, right? Like, it just, all of my neurodivergences just go off when I try to play Baldur's Gate 3. I can't play it. Because it's just like, who is this person? Like, who am I playing as that will engage in this behavior? And I can't come up with an answer to that question. I cannot figure out a person who responds so flippantly to the circumstances they're in. And canonically, they are responding extremely flippantly to the circumstances that they're in. There's just no way around that because of the way that the gameplay works. So, like, it's a weird dynamic, and it doesn't seemingly bother anyone else. I'm, like, the only person that's bothered by this. But the writing team is a team that people enjoy, but I also couldn't get into any of their other stuff for similar reasons, where I'm like, okay, but, like, who is this? Like, who is the person behind, like, who's the person that I'm playing as? Because this person doesn't make any sense. All the other characters are people that make sense, but then the character that I'm playing as, like, who the fuck is that supposed to be? Because, like, there's a lot of intimate detailing, but there's also, like, the character that you're playing as only exists to get to the next line from the other NPCs. So there's, like, very strict limitations on what you can do because it has to lead to like you getting like tackled to the ground by this person. Like there's no thing that can happen that doesn't lead to you immediately getting tackled to the ground. Like you cannot succeed on this perception check or this insight check because so we just don't give you one. Like stuff like that where it's like, okay, you succeeded in this check. So you are aware of the thing and take steps to prevent it from happening, but it happens anyway. Like very, very railroady DM kind of stuff happens right at the beginning. And I don't know if it gets like more open later or cares about your choices more later, but I just don't know. I also like hated the Kelemvor dialogue. So like as a priest of Kelemvor, I'm just like, this is not typical. There's an undead character that shows up, and you're like, you have Kelemvor cleric specific dialogue that you're being friendly with a animated skeleton, and it's like, this is like an abomination unto Kelemvor. The dead need to stay dead. Why the fuck is this dialogue so chummy? Anyway, it's the first couple of hours of Baldur's Gate 3 just rubbed me so wrong that I haven't been able to actually play it. I have said that I will play it at some point on stream and force chat to make every decision. And we're basically going to go with, this character is possessed by an Eldritch Horror. It's the only way that I can actually roleplay a character. They're possessed by chat. Congratulations, chat. You're making every dialogue choice. Because that works. That works to me, like, narratively. Of like, okay, yeah, this character is possessed by an Eldritch Horror. We're going to make them a Warlock of the old one. And profit, right? Like, that works. That works for me. I'm happy to do that. Yeah, I think the thing for me is that there's when I'm playing in like there's a thing where when you're playing like a JRPG, there is a clear character that you're playing as. Right? Even when the character is supposed to be faceless, they're not actually faceless. Their characterization is that they have no personality, right? Like, and this has come to the point where like that's just the way that characters are, like, protagonists are written for like anime and stuff, where it's just like, okay, the protagonist has no personality and is like just vaguely reactionary, like afraid of sexuality, and generally like meant to be not even like the typical game player. They're like the typical protagonist. Like they're like playing toward an archetype that is built off of functionally like silent protagonists, which with like the mistaken idea that like a character who's a silent protagonist has no personality, right? Like, in Mario RPG, they did it excellently, where Mario has a very strong personality. He never says anything, but he mimes everything. Beautiful game. Top tier. But, like, so you have, like, the choices between, like, making the character, like, a stand-in for the player, or making the character, like, an actual character, right? So in some stories, the story happens around the protagonist. Like, the protagonist doesn't do anything important. They just kind of exist in the space where people are doing important things. This is fairly common in a variety of types of RPGs. It's a fairly common trope because it means that you don't have to worry about like the players not liking the protagonists because they just don't do anything, right? They're just not relevant. It's similar to like how like a romance novel handles its protagonist, right? Where it's like, okay, the goal of the protagonist is to kind of disappear. And the other variant is to have like strong characterization for the protagonist, where it's like, okay, this character comes from a very specific position, they have a very specific attitude and perspective. And then the third thing that they try to do is try to emulate a tabletop RPG. Where you're giving the player the ability to determine what character this is, right? The issue with doing that is that the player and you have a different authorial voice. They can't make their character. They can only play your character. And so when you're doing that, the way that you emulate that is you do it the way that Baldur's Gate does it, which is you have 4 or 5 personalities, right? And everything is written from those perspectives, right? Like Mass Effect does the same thing. You have a few specific characters, and you're playing as one of them. And maybe you're playing as someone who's kind of a mix of a couple, 2 or 3 different versions of this character. But at the end of the day, you're playing as someone who is like an actual coherent character with a perspective and a point of view, right? That's how you actually make that happen, where you're like, okay, well, we just have to write this in such a way that, you know, this 3 or 4 people who make sense to be in this story can all get to about the same place in this particular scene, because the plot requires that this person be dead, right? Or this person be, you know, helped, or this, that, or the other thing, right? So you have to find some reason why they're doing it. And I think that a thing that people fall into a trap with is instead trying to be like, oh no, we are going to actually just let the player decide what to do. And then you end up with this weird situation where they can't put anything strongly characterized into the dialogue of the character, because strongly characterized dialogue is going to have your authorial voice, not the player's. But everything still has to fit the mold of the game, right? You still have to fit the plot. So you can't actually give them any real decisions to make, right? Every like scene is going to end in functionally a very similar place. And you end up with like a character who isn't a voiceless template, who feels like they should have a personality but obviously doesn't. So like you have someone who's very strongly characterized, but whose characterization makes no sense, as opposed to a character who doesn't have characterization, like a silent protagonist from like Dragon Quest or whatever, right? Like a Dragon Quest protagonist is like there to exist in the space, and the dynamic for Baldur's Gate 3 feels to me like you are taking extreme steps to make a Dragon Quest protagonist who has no personality, no agency, who is completely like incoherent in their motivations from moment to moment, but also has very specific, detailed characterization and otherwise. Oh, sorry, Livmov, I did not see that. No. Did we get anything? Yes, we got one good thing that we haven't put to use yet. We got this, I think. So we have a base enchants on this item, our 50% stronger item, that isn't an item that we're going to be using, but we're going to yoink this off and put it onto something, and I don't know what yet, but it's going to be it's a pretty exciting pickup that we just haven't been able to put to use yet. We also got a ton of crafting materials. So we got, I think, like 3 or 4 I think we got like 3 or 4 scouring pearls off of just the boss. Like we made bank in a lot of ways. We didn't find anything that we immediately put to use, but oh yes, we got some shinies. Me? No, I've never been on that podcast, not even once. Can you imagine they've never invited me? Never invited me to the Distractable podcast. It's truly very sad. Let's see. That's like Markiplier's podcast. Let's see. Yeah, me distracted? Never. I don't know why. I've said many times, like, if I'm going to be distracted, it's just a matter of what I'm distracted by. It's not like I have a goal that I need. Like, I don't have any particular thing. I'm just streaming. Nah, we didn't get anything too crazy out of it. But bear in mind, like, we got a lot of loot there. We got a lot of stuff that we didn't have an interest in because it was like 10 bosses, right? But like in the average fight in the average like sequence where we've killed 10 bosses, like we don't usually find that much. It's not that much of a thing. But it's like 3 zones worth of loot is the way that I would describe what we got there. The other thing to remember is that every time we get an item that we don't need, it's an item that was already in the pool that we now have removed from the pool and we've gone to the next item, right? So there's multiple ways to think about the loot system, right? In a very real way, it's entirely possible that Omnipotent gave us 3 legendaries that we don't know we've already gotten. Because they're already in the pool. Whatever items got moved into the pool by the removal of the ones that were in there already, we don't know what those items are. But they've now been revealed. The next set of items is now revealed in the pool. And we just don't know what they are or where they are. But we wouldn't have them if the next item was still the item that we picked up. So even when we get an item that isn't that interesting, it's just more progress toward getting the cool item. Because it wasn't decided randomly at the time. Which, honestly, I kind of like, just generally, because usually when you get, like, bad gear, like, you get bad drops, it doesn't mean that you get better drops in the future, right? Like, so the items, it's random what items are going to be pulled on a map generation. But every type of item, so like Caravanner's Leather, the next Caravanner's Leather that drops is going to be a thing. There's a specific Caravanner's Leather that we're waiting on. Whether a Caravanner's Leather drops in the next map or in 3 maps is up in the air. We don't know. We don't know when we'll get the next Caravanner's Leather. But we don't know. But we do know that whatever Caravanner's Leather is next is the Caravanner's Leather that's next. It's going to be the thing that it's going to be. That seed has already been sown. So it's just a matter of when that item pops up. So you have some stuff that's like pure like RNG, like the random number is weirdly like the thing for like determining what legendaries are available for you to pick up is determined when you pick up the last item. So like, let's wait until we get an item. We need to pick up an item. Wait, why am I not invisible? Oh god. Why are you flying down to the bomb anyway? Strange behavior. Okay. So... yeah, I remember asking Malekith about this, like, a long time ago, and I'm fairly certain that I'm remembering it correctly. Which is basically, when you loot an item, the next item of that type is set. So what that item will be. So, the next item that we'll pick up, from whatever it is that we pick up, we currently have it set of what item it's going to be exactly, because we're on the map already, so all the loot that they're going to drop is already preset completely. Well, not completely, but... okay, so this ring, right? So we just got probably this ring. And I am going to identify it just for the sake of this demonstration. So this ring, with personality and of doom, this was set. The level on it was not set. And the rarity was mostly set, but not completely. The rarity value is determined by a value on the item, but the higher level you are, the more of those values will result in a legendary or a higher tier. So this item could have spawned 5 levels from now with 35 personality and 78 personality and slightly higher of doom stats, right? It could have spawned like that, but it spawned like this because this is the level that we picked it up, right? But the seed for what it looks like, what are the actual stats on it, that was set the last time we picked up a bronze ring. So we picked up a bronze ring 3 hours ago, and that set this bronze ring to be this pool of stats, and basically set the required level for it to be a legendary, or just made it so that it wasn't possible to be legendary. Because I think that the chance of a legendary scales up to like level 200 or something, or 250. I don't remember the specifics of what I was told about that. But basically, the higher level you are, the more likely an item is to be a legendary. But that's not determined when it enters the pool. That is determined when it's looted. So, or rather, when it enters the world pool, I think. Actually, maybe not. No, I think it is when it's looted. So it's basically like, it's a whole thing. So when we looted this ring, we've now set the next bronze ring that exists to have a certain set of stats. And I don't know if the pool is shared with stores, but my guess would be it's a different pool from stores, because the stores can't have legendaries and stuff like that. So it would be my assumption that the store pools are completely separate. But if the store pools aren't completely separate, there's actually some shady bullshit you could pull by looking at the stores to purge items that have stats that you don't want, and reloading if you get an item that you actually want to have, and now you've got it locked into the thing. I doubt it works that way, but if the items from the store are taken from the same pool as the items in the world, that in theory could work. But I doubt it. But look, if someone wants to try it out, they can try it. I don't do stores. But you can save before you enter the map, right? You can save before you enter the map, open the store, and check the store. Like, there's a lot of things you can do. If the goal is to basically, like, peel through options to cycle a certain item value over to where you want it to be, there's a lot of shady shit you can do with stores, right? Like, let's say you want any piece of plate armor, you don't care which tier it is, any piece of plate armor to come with might, and of the gods. You can scour through 15 stores looking at all of the armor shops that sell plate armor to peel through multiples of sets to, like, get that to happen. And you can identify exactly how many you need to get to there's a lot of stuff you can pull with shady shenanigans, but it's not stuff that I'm going to pull. Like, I'm just saying that there's shady shit you can potentially pull depending on whether the stores are tied to the same thing. But I got distracted from the point, which was not about stores. It was about the items and how interesting it is that, like, when you get an item that is not what you want, you are freeing that item slot from having that item that you don't want and replacing it with a new item, which means that it's always good, right? Like, even when you find if you find like 15 items that you don't want, great, you've just purged the pool of items of 15 items that you didn't want, right? And I think that's cool. Now, admittedly, what you're doing there is you're just shunting the, like, random wasted component to be invisible to you. So, like, you're purging those off of the thing and replacing them with a new item. So if the new item that you're replacing it with is also useless, it doesn't matter. You haven't actually improved your situation by purging that old item that you don't want and replacing it with a new one. But the key is, you don't know that you don't want the new item yet. So from your perspective, from your psychological perspective, it is always good. Because you're always like, great, I've moved on from this garbage item. Because I think that it is random, right? Like, I think that it's not, I don't think it's following just, like, a thing. Like, you're not going to get, like, this enchant followed by this enchant, followed by this enchant, followed by this. I don't think it's just seeded that way. I think that it's random on acquiring. But yeah, anyway, I think it's pretty cool. And so basically we got through a bunch of stuff that we didn't need, as well as a couple of things that we did need. And we got legitimately a shit ton of crafting materials that we 100% needed. Okay. You know, that was fairly predictable. It is interesting that I think the Ifrits are acting as if they're melees. I don't think they're melees. But they're acting as if they are. I don't buy into the definition of random that means that it's not preset at all, because that definition of random wouldn't apply to any actual thing in the real world. Everything is deterministic. Right? Like, all things are deterministic. It's random if you have no control or understanding of the mechanisms that go into it. It's not random if you understand the mechanisms to make it do what you want to do. That's from a semantic perspective, trying to define random in a way that involves, like, no deterministic factors to it, regardless of whether you have control over them or not. It's just a non-starter, because it's like, what is random then? As far as I can tell, the answer is nothing. There's nothing that is demonstrably non-deterministic. There's only things that we don't sufficiently understand to comprehend the determining factors. And it's possible that there's some things that are in some, like, esoteric way truly random, but I don't see how such a thing could exist. Like, everything is deterministic based off of priors. So... So the basic way that I would say it, it's if you are aware of and able to manipulate the deterministic processes of the game, right? Both of those things, you have to have both. If you're both aware of them and able to, no. If you're able to manipulate the deterministic processes in a meaningful way without being aware of them, it's not as random. Even if you don't know how you're manipulating the factors, if you're doing it accidentally, you're creating a non-random factor, right? If you are not meaningfully interacting with the deterministic factors, it's random.
No room.
That's basically the line in the sand that I would put for what counts as random and what doesn't. Because, like, again, like, everything is... But those are all those are purely deterministic based off of physics. That wall of lava lamps is pure physics, right? That shit is following purely deterministic rules. And are those rules complicated and impossible to predict? Yes. But they're still deterministic. Right? Like, all of the rules they're following are deterministic, which is the reason why it's useful. It's useful because, not because it's not deterministic, but because you can't predict what it's going to do next, and it's complicated enough that you're not going to accidentally manipulate it, right? First of all, you're not manipulating it at all because you're not interacting with it, right? So there's that. You don't interact directly with the lava lamps, which means that nothing that you do is going to influence the things that they're doing, right? But the things that they're doing are the things that they're doing, and they will do those things, right? So, you know, at a given date and a given time, those lava lamps will have a specific thing that they are doing. Like, in 3 weeks at, 3:41 p.m., you're going to have a sequence of things that happen for that 1 minute period that are a given. But we don't know what that given is, and we will never know what that given is, right? So because we don't know it, and we will never know it, it's just like something that can't be predicted with our current processing power. It works really well as a random generator, right? But yeah, philosophically, I find the idea of a true random, I don't buy it. I just don't buy the idea that there is such a thing as true random. I just don't believe it. I think that it's just complicated processes that we don't have the ability to predict. Whether we ever have the ability to predict them or not, shit's deterministic from my perspective. Like, that's my general perspective on the matter, is that you're never going to get something that is random from the perspective of there aren't deterministic processes that created it. You have plenty of things that are random in the sense that you don't interact with those deterministic processes. In what way does that allow us to define the Lord of the Rings book as pie? What do you mean? the deterministic processes that created the Lord of the Rings book, we fully understand. Well, we don't fully understand, but a dude made it at a specific time and place with specific and deliberate intent. That's all known. It might or it might not. It depends on how complicated it is. So the thing is that processing power doesn't scale infinitely. So if the processing power in order to predict those lamps reaches, I don't know, like the operating capacity of a supernova, which I find unlikely, but just as an example, some deterministic processes in the world, in order to calculate them to predict them reliably, would require that you have a supernova's worth of power, right? So those things will never be calculated. No one's ever going to make a machine that can calculate the universe. The universe will never be encapsulated, simulated perfectly within the confines of the universe, right? Because you by definition are going to have data loss because you can't contain the data of the universe within the data of the universe, right? The subset is smaller than is necessary for that. So well, depending on how you do the conversion, you can make the thing with that is that you could do it very easily just by presetting the conversion. Because it would need to be more complicated. Like 1 through 9 isn't sufficient to carry all of the characters that are in the Lord of the Rings, right? So you would need to have it be a conversion that's more complex than that, and you can just make a conversion that makes 3.14 and continued on from the very start be the Lord of the Rings. You just need to apply the right conversion to it. That's why numerology is just nonsense you just make up, right? Like numerology, you can say anything you want with numerology because there's always a way to convert the numbers into some crazy thing that you want them to say, right? You can say anything you want if you're converting numbers into anything else. I guess you could convert to base 26, but I guess you would need to you'd have to identify the number of distinct characters that are in the book. You'd have a different one for each version of the book. I would say you would need to be in base 50 or 60 maybe. No, it would have to be way more than that. So you need probably base 80 would be my assumption. Because you have all the punctuation, you have 2 variants for each letter, there's 26 letters, so you have 52. Nope, there's more than that, because they also have the things on the top. I don't know, 127 might not actually be enough. It probably is. But you're taking up 52 with just the basic characters, but those basic characters are the vast majority of the book. How many characters show up once? But Elven doesn't use the standard characters for US languages. They don't use just that. There's also all of the numbers, because there's going to be numbers. I actually don't know. Are there numbers? Do they have 0 through 9 showing up in the Lord of the Rings? I feel like they probably do. They also have maps, and I don't know how you fit the maps in there. Right? Yeah, there's a lot of Elven that shows up. and dwarvish, and like they use like the umlauts and the tildes, and they not the tilde's a different thing. They use all those like funky things, I think, in there. So, not to mention, there's different fonts, and the fonts matter. Like having a distinct font for like the music, which I believe the music stuff has a different font than everything else. So you need to duplicate the entire thing again to factor in the let's see. Well, you can convert all those things, but you can't convert all those things with only those characters, right? Like the maps, you're talking about converting pi into these things, right? You need to have a lot of different meanings, right? Like you need a very high base to be able to convert to all of the distinct things that you need to be able to do, right? Maybe you like so it would be a lot of effort. It would be a lot of effort to come up with a principled way that you would do it, because there's just so many things that interact, right? Because it doesn't matter whether you do fonts in IT or not. It's part of the book. You have to represent it in the thing that you're creating, right? Like the book is the book, and it has to be. If you're trying to emulate it using pi, you can't just say, okay, well, we emulated the parts that I care about, and then move on with your life. You have to actually emulate all of it. You have to actually deal with, okay, why is the spacing on this page so goddamn weird? Do I have to do this all using individual spaces, or is there a way for me to interpret pi to be like, okay, this is a new style of formatting? And shit like that, right? Like there's a lot more that goes into like making a book than just what characters are there in plain text English, right? That's just not what a book is. Especially Tolkien. Tolkien is incredibly, shall we say, yes, we shall say pretentious. We will say pretentious. Let's see. Yeah, it would take a while. It would take a while to come up with a mechanism by which you would convert it. You could do it in theory. But in HTML, you're writing everything. You're not writing anything with pi, right? Like it's all preset. So you're looking for the most efficient usage of a preset group of numbers. Is the thing, right? Or you're not looking for the most efficient usage. You don't necessarily have to care what the most efficient usage is for that particular set of numbers, but I don't think that's the easy part. I think the hard part is coming up with a mechanism by which you would do that. Finding the string is easy. You just put it in a computer and let it run. Once you've identified what the string is, that part's easy. Calculating pi is not hard. Like calculating pi is very easy. People have been doing that since before we had like machines to do it for us. Because you just need to look at a circle, and you can reverse engineer what pi is. Where is the... What would you even need to store, though? You don't need to store any of pi. You just need to calculate it. As you calculate pi, the only thing that you need to actually store is the information as you're coming through it, right? So, like, you're only storing stuff that matches the profile, and you delete it the second that you delete it the second it stops matching the profile. Like, presuming that you're calculating pi linearly, getting smaller and smaller and smaller values, getting more and more precise over time, you only need to preserve the parts of the string that matter, and the only parts of the string that matter are what you're currently working on. So that wouldn't be that much to store. And if there's no way for computers to calculate pi linearly like that, then you'd have a human do it. It would probably be faster. If the challenge is to identify a string within pi that matches an arbitrary string that you have decided, which is a string that represents Tolkien's work, then yeah, you just need to calculate out pi. Yeah, exactly. But what I'm saying is, you only need to look at the single sequence if it matches. Like, you don't need to store pi. You don't give a shit about pi. You're calculating pi. So what you're looking for is, does this first number of this current string, does the current number match what we need to match our script? If yes, hold it and move to the next number on both sets. If it doesn't match, reset to 0. Next number, does this match the first number in the sequence? Right? It's actually really simple from a programming perspective. Like, that's you're just looking at a string and doing a comparison to see when the string matches an exact string, right? Like, that's like, look, that's shit that I learned how to do when I was taking programming classes. Like, that's not super hard to do. That's fairly simple. The difficult part is figuring out what the string is, and figuring out the two strings to compare, right? Well, but we don't care about what makes it slower.
Who wants some?
I mean, that you can keep track of that with just an integer. You don't need to keep track of the previous numbers. You just keep track of an integer. So at that point, you have a counter that counts up every time to say this is the 6,827th digit of pi, or add to the 15th power or whatever of pi that this string starts, right? See. Well, there's a reason I adding to the 15th power to that. The actual, when you start getting into powers, it's very easy to overestimate. To 10 to the 15th power, right? It's very easy to overestimate how large things actually get, because things actually... The universe isn't as big as you'd think once you start thinking in powers. Once you start thinking in powers of 10, the universe... You don't add that many powers of 10 to get to the size, the scale of the universe. Powers of 10 are very strong for getting to the largest sizes you need. I'm not saying the 15 to the 15 would get you there. I'm just saying there's a reason that I added powers of 10 to it. Let's see. Wait for it. We may or may not be sneezing. I don't think we're sneezing. Yeah, but think about how much you could do with a machine that's powered by the power supply of a supernova. Like, the continuous power output of a supernova. Like, the orders of magnitude of what is available to calculate with is very, very different. Like, we are one planet with incredibly poor efficiency of usage. Like, if someone wanted to do that, they wouldn't do it on our planet. That's not what we're talking about. Like, in any meaningful capacity, I don't think that that's something that someone would bother doing. Because, first of all, like, trying to track down a string that long in pi might actually take more power than the universe can store. Like, that actually might be too much, right? But like, this is not a problem on the scale of, like, thinger. Like, unless you deliberately adjust the problem to make it solvable with something akin to the storage capacity that we have, it's not a solvable problem. Like, you would need to have more power. But that doesn't make it a... But if that would be like... but just because something isn't possible doesn't mean it's hard. Is the way that I would describe it. There's lots of things that are impossible, right? There's no way it's ever going to be a college exercise because it's just too expensive. Power hasn't gotten cheap, right? We've never gotten power to be cheap. And there's... Information is energy. And any... Energy is not cheap. Not on the kind of scale that we're talking about here. The issue is that at the end of the day, we are probably going to kill ourselves making stupid pictures of basically just ripping off the real work of existing artists. We are all going to die as a direct consequence of that because we're going to destroy the planet with just that. The idea that we can just keep upscaling power usage is ludicrous. We just haven't paid the price yet, but the price is already built in. Right? The issue that we run into, if we're being very real about it all, is all of the costs of energy are externalized and we don't factor them into the actual price. Energy is nothing but externalities. Yeah, we've been 3 decades away from fusion energy for 100 years. Okay? Cold fusion is not happening. It's just not. We're exactly as far away from getting fucking cold fusion as we were 100 years ago. Okay? It's the same problem that we've always had. There isn't going to be a magic solution that makes it so that energy doesn't cost anything. That's never going to happen. It's at the end of the day, people are going to spend a lot of energy, and a lot of people are going to pay a lot of consequences in order to make our energy do what it does. Right? Like, that's the thing, is that there comes a point where the idea that technology infinitely scales with no costs is simply belied by reality. Digital doesn't exist unto itself. It exists within meat space. And what is happening as a result of the AI boom is that is becoming very, very clear in a very, very meaningful way. Like, people's lives are being destroyed by the physical reality of artificial intelligence stuff. The learning models that are being used are destroying entire communities with their server farms. Right? Like, that's just reality. Is that it's for everything that you see on your computer, everything that you see, someone somewhere is making a turbine run. Those turbines are real big, and they have to be made run by something. Something is making all of those turbines move. And that thing is a purely physical process. It's not digital. It's not fake. It's a thing that is real in the real world that has to move really fast and involves a lot of physics. So the idea that we're going to have costless energy, I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it. What's happened over time is that more and more of the costs of energy are getting externalized, right? But I actually don't know that energy has gotten meaningfully cheaper. I think that it's just that we've gotten better at making other people pay for it. Right? No, I shouldn't say we. Corporations have gotten better at making everyone else pay for it. That's just the world that we live in. And it's always going to be the world that we live in. Right? Like, there is no actual market incentive to make energy cheap when you could just kill a bunch of people for it. Because at the end of the day, you are moving that turbine. You are moving the turbine at the end of the day. That turbine needs to be turned. That's not the thing, though, Livermore. The thing is that every time it gets cheaper, the way that it got cheaper was offloading the cost to people in other countries. Right? Climate change is disproportionately going to be impacting poor tropical nations. those costs are not factored into the analysis at all. But like the fact that Florida is going to be underwater, all of the costs of every hurricane that didn't have to be as strong as it was, but is because of climate change, those costs are the costs of the energy. Those are the energy prices. And those energy prices can't increase indefinitely without consequence. Because those prices still happened even though they don't count them. Right? And eventually those prices get to the point where we all die. Like, that's the thing. Like, the price... So the price in terms of human life has never improved. It's never improved. The price in terms of what it costs us as a society to do the thing, it's never gotten any better. There are some things that are intrinsically, like, better in that way than others, right? Like coal is real bad. Nuclear has the potential to be real good, but only if you do it correctly. So, like, if you give, like, private corporations the ability to run nuclear power plants, that's really bad. Because they do shit like put their nuclear power plants in places that are like tsunami zones. Right? You put a nuclear power plant in the path of tsunamis, and you're like, oh, okay, well, this is inevitably going to kill so many people. But hey, we saved some money on the real estate. You know? We saved some money on the real estate, and we didn't inconvenience the wrong people when we did it. Because if you inconvenience the wrong people, then it doesn't get built, right? Because they have money and they just stop you from building it. So... But yeah, like... Well, that's not a bad thing. Like, let's be clear, a lot of 80s technology is much more reliable than the bullshit that we run today. Like, our current technology is not just better than the shit that we had a long time ago. A lot of it's way worse. Like, a lot of the stuff that we use today is so much less reliable. Like, can you imagine? Do you think we have the ability to make a device that lasts 20 years anymore? Like, imagine putting control of a nuclear power plant in the hands of any, like, Apple device or any Android device or any, like, Windows-based device. Like, the reliability of technology has done nothing but plummet. Like, in terms of reliability, tape is reliable. It does what it does, right? It's very reliable technology, and that's what you need for nuclear stuff. It couldn't be better, because we don't have the technology to make it better. We have the technology to make it the way that we make it. There isn't... If you exclusively design things to last 2 years... you never develop the ability to make it last for 20. You don't know how. Like, how would you do that? It requires that you know how to make the thing. Aircraft are falling out of the sky every day. That aircraft is like such a terrible example considering what's happening with aircraft right now. Are you kidding me? All the Boeings are falling out of the sky because they don't know how to make planes anymore. The new is not better with Boeing. Boeing planes are falling out of the sky right now because of the way that they've changed over the course of the last 20 years. New planes aren't better, they're worse. The new planes are worse than the old planes. Because they are not put together well. Because that's not the goal. Oh man, what a time. What a time to say planes are getting nothing but better. I don't buy that. I will believe that. I will believe that when they have the market share to be relevant. And they haven't had a problem for 50 years. All of the problems of enshittification in meat space are global problems with capitalism. Those are problems that are hitting every sector. There's no shot that I believe that other airplane manufacturers are not suffering from the same enshittification as everybody else in the entire, planet. Every industry on Earth is getting worse. Every industry is getting massively worse over time. And because that's just the direction that we're going. Right? That's the gravitational pull of our current systems.
Ready.
If you look at basically any industry, what you're seeing is worse products that are more expensive. Everything's cost is going up, and it's a worse product. If you look at air conditioning units are worse units at higher price. Everything is getting worse and costing more at the same time. Because of where we are in terms of our economy, the way that our economy works. In what way? What do you think capitalism is? Are you saying we should go back to privately owned, robber barons? Do you think the robber barons did a better job?
I knew that would...
Okay. We managed to clear more than 65%, I think. So hypothetically, we should be able to come back in here while invis, trigger the next set of doors, take a pot shot and leave. There are advantages to privately owned companies versus publicly owned companies in terms of the privately owned companies care about profit. Publicly owned companies care about what is the thing I'm thinking? Market cap, is it? They care about their stock price, right? That's fundamentally, those are the two things. Those are the two things. The issue is that everything going wrong with capital right now is capitalism getting more efficient and doing capitalism the way that it's meant to be done. It's just increased efficiency. It's getting better at doing what capitalism does is what makes it worse. Right? Capitalism doing capitalism, right, is what causes capitalism to fail. Right? It's not an accident that cars are getting worse. They're getting worse because the companies are doing capitalism better. That's why. They've destroyed the unions. They have taken control of the state. And they now have enough control to do what they always would have done if they didn't control these, if those things didn't exist, right? Like, they're bringing back corporate towns, right? Like, what's happening is that all of the progress that was made by socialists during the massive union boom, where they went to war over it, you know, when corporations in the state were bombing, like, striking miners and shit like that. Unions matter a ton. Unions are very important. Because the more powerful the union is, the more the company has to care about profit and less about investors. The more that a company cares about profit, the more they care about product. A company that doesn't have to care about, you know, silly little things like making car sales is a company that doesn't have to care about the quality of their vehicles or anything else. If you look at Tesla, Tesla is not a company that makes money from selling cars, right? And you'll note Tesla is fundamentally a privately owned corporation, right? It is fundamentally private. It's technically public, but it's mostly private. The thing with Tesla is they're just given fuck tons of money to faff around and do whatever they want by stupid investors. But all of the money that Tesla has comes from investors or the government just giving them money. None of it comes from selling cars. They lose money on the cars. They're not a car company. They are a, like, Ponzi scheme slash, like, thinger company. But, like, unions are the thing that allows the working class to have bargaining power. And if you don't have bargaining power in the working class, you don't have a consumer base. Right? If you don't have a consumer base because nobody has any fucking money, which, let's be clear, capitalists are going to take all the money. The goal of a corporation is to make all the profit. If a corporation can enslave its workforce, it is legally required to do so. Corporations, a CEO is legally required to pursue the maximum profit. The maximum profit. And the maximum profit comes from maximal exploitation. Because the only person that's making anything is a worker. And so all of the money that a corporation makes is taken from the labor that is done by their workers and not paying that worker what their labor was worth. The difference in value between a worker's labor and what they are paid is definitionally what profit is. That's literally the definition of profit, right there. Is the money that you have taken that a worker created for you. And there's force multipliers on that labor, right? New technology allows you to create force multipliers on the labor, but that labor had to happen. Someone needed to do the labor. And so all the force multipliers in the world don't change the fact that that money was generated by the laborers. And since that money was generated by the laborers, the more efficient capitalism gets, the less you have money in anyone's hands other than the capitalists. But the problem with that is that destroys capitalism. As capital accumulation happens, the more money that accumulates in the hands of capital, the less money exists to actually have meaningful markets elsewhere. The seeds of capitalism's downfall are built in the fundamental contradictions that are built into the system. The system is a system where you have people who are incentivized to take all of the money in the entire system, but who will be destroyed when they do it. And, you know, that's why it's socialism or barbarism, baby. You know? Like, you're either going to get... Basically, the system must collapse. Not from, like, a moral perspective. From a mathematical perspective. The physics of capital. The physics of capital is its destruction. Every short-sighted decision, like things like, oh, you can blame Reagan, right? Blame Reagan for making it legal to do stock buybacks, right? Stock buybacks obviously should be illegal. That's obviously completely destroyed the economy when stock buybacks were made a thing. Obviously disconnected the actual productivity of a corporation from the success of that corporation, right? Obvious, easy thing. But is it easy? Why were they made legal in the first place? Because capital wanted it to be legal. The people who benefited from it are the people who are in power. Capital wanted it to be legal, so it became legal. And that's the thing. It's easy to say, oh, well, this individual thing is the reason that, you know, this thing broke down. It's like, yeah, sure. But that individual thing was an inevitability under capitalism. Because that thing is a thing that capital desires. And the more powerful capital gets, the more they get what they want. And as long as capital gets what they want, you're going to get stock buybacks eventually. Those are not like an incidental thing that accidentally happened. That is a thing that is a goal of capital. You're not going to get a capitalist system where they don't eventually get their stock buybacks. You're not going to get a capitalist system where the entire like political process is a bunch of octogenarians, you know, telling each other how important it is to prevent anyone from having any money, and to like, you know, and like what's austerity politics. Austerity politics is fundamental to capitalism. You're never going to not have austerity politics because the politicians are always going to be controlled by capital. And capital wants austerity. So that's the dynamic, where it's like these are just fundamental building blocks of the thing doing what they're supposed to do. And the reason that for a while it wasn't like this is because we fought a whole war over it. Capitalism degenerates into fascism. The Nazis were really big on privatizing industry. They were really big on private ownership, as long as the private ownership was the right white people. Like, there's nothing... Fascism and capitalism are very compatible entities, right? And fascism is inevitably self-defeating. It will eventually fall apart. In theory, maybe not. With modern technology, it's possible that fascism is not inevitably going to collapse. It's possible that it can be maintained now in ways that it couldn't be before. Who knows? But it's important to recognize that the things that make everything break down in capitalism are not accidents. They are the system working the way that it is designed to work. That is the function of the system, right? A system's purpose is what it does. A system's purpose is what it does. And what capitalism does is consolidate power and wealth into a small group of people, and then do a bunch of imperialism, and when the imperialism fails, descend into fascism. When they run out of places to expand to, descend into fascism. That's what it's really good at. It's real good at doing imperialism. The issue is that there's nowhere to do with the imperialism anymore. You know, we can't, like, spread somewhere else. Not all political forms fall apart quickly. Monarchy stood around for a really long time. Capitalism has fallen apart multiple times in, like, 200 years. It has independently collapsed multiple times in such a short time span. It's so unstable. Like, it's not, like, unstable over the course of centuries. It's unstable over the course of decades. Because its fundamental design is meant to be unstable. It's not meant to be stable. Let's do it for now. We're just gonna, oh, F is implosion. I didn't realize that it said that.
Ready.
You know what? No, we're not gonna do that, because apparently implosion
Ready.
is gonna do more damage anyway, so we might as well do that. You think capitalists give a shit about human rights? There's plenty of monarchs who did care about human rights. There were Enlightenment era monarchs. They cared about human rights. They just thought that they were better arbiters of what could be done with it. Because their class interests indicated that that's how they should feel. It's very convenient for them that, you know, that they be philosopher kings. But feudalism lasts because it's relatively stable, right? Like, it's like, feudalism redevelops, like, organically. Like, a mafia is a feudal institution, right? Are you kidding? What coups? Do you think that there were mass rebellions of peasantry outside of, like, famines? The peasants don't give a shit who's in charge. They don't have the ability to rebel, and they don't have any education. They're just like, okay, whatever. The age of rebellion is the age of capitalism. But, like, monarchy wasn't totalitarian. Monarchy is the mafia. It's a very different thing. A feudal monarchy is a mafious group where you pay a little bit off the top to, like, keep some stuff in line, but for the most part, like, there isn't a huge amount of challenge to the system. Like, no one has an education. No one has, like, anything. The thing that caused revolution was the education of the masses. There were big cities in the feudal era. Not as big as you could get with modern medicine, obviously. Yeah, monarchy isn't more stable because of the fact that it's better. It's more stable because in many ways it's worse. But the stability of monarchy comes from the fact that no one has access to education, weaponry, or anything else except the people that are using it to subjugate everybody, right? Like, but in order to make the economic processes of the Industrial Revolution happen, you need to have You need to have educated populations, and those educated
Never seen one before.
populations have the ability to do critical damage to important infrastructure. So, generally, the way that was done over the course of the 20th century was transition, and probably the 19th century as well, is transitioning the labor force away from home. So you'll note that you probably don't have the ability to get clothing tailored in your city. There's like no one in your entire city probably who can actually make new clothing. And that's because all of it has been exported to Bangladesh. There's like nowhere else on earth. Like all of the difficult physical labor is getting exported to other places because it's easier to deal with the instability that's inherent to that labor by just exporting it somewhere else, right? You don't have to deal with that. So all of the externalities you end up getting exporting elsewhere because it just makes your life a lot more convenient. But anyway, yeah, like the mechanism that capitalism uses to sustain itself is, generally speaking, imperialism. Right? It's okay, we are going to make someone else that's far away from us the group that eats the cost of this thing, not us. And that happens in okay. That happens in every sector, to greater or lesser degrees, but pretty much to greater degrees. It's happening basically everywhere, right? Like computers are assembled in countries that are like more thinger. The lithium is mined in places that are not well off, right? The raw resources, those raw resources are in places that will never receive any of the benefits of capitalism and will only deal with the externalities. And that cannot be changed. Not under capitalism. There's no way to make a non-imperial form of capitalism. Because it's the only way that you can do it. Because otherwise you'll just have rebellions at home. You'll have rebellions continuously at home if you subject the people at home to the conditions that you have to subject people to maintain the system that you're doing.
Where is the enemy?
And nobody wants to have rebellions at home, because when rebellions happen at home, people get upset. But when you kill a bunch of people overseas, nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit. You know? Like, it's just not a thing that people generally care about. Foreign policy is not a thing that almost anybody cares about. Well, that's concerning. Okay, we got there. So, that's concerning. Are there any things in here I won't be able to kill? I need something to pop into the middle here. This might work. Yeah, this is probably...
Nice shot.
No. Oh, it helped. It just didn't get everything done. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so the goal here is just to lock everybody outside. Who's hitting who? Shit. These are melees, I forgot. Okay. So because they're melees, if they feel like they have line of sight on me, they will hit me. Okay, I don't think that hit. Okay, the Rock Blast worked. Unfortunately... I think we're going to be able to kill at least some of these things here. We're just looking to get enough cleared to leave. Though, that's not really going to help considering where we are right now. How long do we have on limitation? 6 days, we're fine.
Got that? I love the taste of blood.
Yeah, so the basic way to explain, like, for my purposes, like, I have not read Marx, like, I'm vaguely familiar with a lot of Marxist shit, but, like, for my part, the thing that is most fundamental to me about why it is that the inevitable relationship of capitalism is going to be tyrannical is that the idea fundamentally that we have in liberal democracies is the idea that you can have totalitarian control of your economic life in the hands of individual people who have complete unilateral totalitarian control of the economy. They can simply decide. The people who own Amazon could, if they so chose, simply decide that Amazon doesn't exist anymore and all of that infrastructure is going to disappear. They could simply do that. They could liquidate Amazon. They could just do that overnight. They have complete totalitarian control over it. They own it. Right? By the way, this comes back to the private ownership. This is the problem with private ownership. With public ownership, you're much less likely to have someone just simply decide overnight that they are going to annihilate an entire pillar upon which the modern economy rests, right? You have to get a lot of people to agree. You don't just have to have one person have a bad day, right? So, while simultaneously we have democratic control over everything else. Like, okay, well, our private lives, and our civil liberties, our rights of expression, the laws, public safety, yada, 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 all of those things will be handled by a corporation that is a non-profit corporation that we refer to as the government or the state or whatever, however you want to refer to, right? And it is a corporation. That's what it is. And it is in theory, non-profit organization. The issue is that governments are controlled by... A government of a liberal democracy is controlled by the mandate of the masses, right? Okay, well, what do the masses believe? Well, what they're told to believe. And who tells them? Well, the people who own the media. Right? Because, corporate consolidation is a thing, so now all of the media in the country is owned by a guy. So, people believe what that guy tells them to believe. Because that's where all of the information is coming from. The information is being pooled by organizations that are controlled by an individual person, right? Rupert Murdoch has done incredible amounts of damage to the world by extension of his monopolistic control over multiple massive media organizations, right? That kind of totalitarian control over an economic thing, the business, inevitably leads to domination in the political theater, especially in a place where, like, you know, the term greed is good, right? That idea, the idea that success in the capital market is the thing that defines goodness, that idea generates a population that is going to do whatever capital wants them to do because they have to, because the state, right? Like, America is like an extremely, like, is like such a police state. Like, I am like legitimately shocked by the numbers for the United States, right? Which is like king capitalism, right? Because, like, legitimately, like, totalitarian states don't have the kind of, like, prison populations that America has. And the reason for that is because prison populations are profitable. And they're not profitable for the government, but remember, the government isn't a for-profit institution. But they are very profitable for the people who run the government, and certainly for the people who pay to get the people who run the government in positions of power in the first place. So you have these incredibly, like, horrendous situations where, like, the number of, like, white-collar crimes are the crimes that kill hundreds, thousands, or millions of people, right? White-collar crimes kill lots of people. Blue-collar crimes don't. Blue-collar crimes kill a few people. You're very unlikely to get a death toll with a murderer or an arsonist or what have you that goes beyond the thousands. But you will have people who are technically not breaking any laws who are directly responsible for killing hundreds of thousands of people. Right? Like, they just have explicitly killed so many people without breaking the law. But even if they do break the law when they do it, they're going to get a financial penalty. They're not going to be criminally punished. They're not going to be criminally prosecuted. If they are criminally prosecuted, it's going to be a slap on the wrist. They're not going to get murder charges for killing 10,000 people. Right? I think was it George Carlin who said, if you kill a guy, you go to prison. If you kill 10,000 guys, they give you a fucking medal. It's true. If you kill 10,000 people, you'll get the Nobel Peace Prize. Where the hell are the other enemies? I don't remember the layout of this place at all. Oh, that's an artifact. Unfortunately, I didn't think to go grab some food before I came in. Anyway, the point that I was trying to get at and then got distracted and didn't actually get to the point is, in a system where you have totalitarian control over the economic life, you will never have real democracy elsewhere. You cannot have a group of people that control the economy and don't control politics. Because politics is the economy. Like, the economy isn't like a separate thing. The economy is a component of your personal life, your public life, and everything else. I don't know whether that's true or not. Actually, it's my understanding. Like Obama did a lot, but the thing is that if you think about it, American presidents, anytime someone does something bad, the next one is going to double down and do it way worse. American politics gets nothing but worse. There is no, like, there's never a, oh good, things changed and got better. That's just not how American politics goes. So I would be surprised
Beats me.
because of the fact that Obama came first. Not because I think that he would have done a better job. Because my understanding is that he was particularly bad. But that's, again, within the context of they're always particularly bad. It's always worse than the last one. Because they just keep getting worse. But yeah, you also, I also think that isolating things like death tolls to very specific things where it's like, oh, well, doing this in this specific way, they did this thing that's more deadly. I don't think that that's a terribly useful way to think about the kind of harm that people like presidents are capable of doing. I just don't think that that's a useful framework because of the fact that they're doing so much shit all over the place, and like who the fuck knows what kind of shit they're getting up to with the CIA and stuff like that, right? Like the ways that the US state kills people are so varied that, like, I struggle to imagine that any individual one is a significant component of the cost of empire. Yeah, like Obama did a lot of really bad shit. They're all bad. Like let's be clear. There isn't a left in America. There isn't a left. The left was literally killed. They were all fucking assassinated. The anarchists, the leftists, the fucking socialists, the communists, though most of the communists were not actually on the left. Let's be clear here. Anyone who stands Stalin or Lenin or any of these people that were involved in the Soviet Union, that was a fascist state. Okay? That was a fascist organization. To stand that organization is, shall we say, somewhat sussy behavior, okay? So yeah, people who identify themselves as communists are intrinsically sus. Even though communism doesn't have anything to do with what the Soviet Union was up to. Soviet Union was not a communist entity. There might have been a couple of people involved. Like, Lenin might have just been a monster who actually thought that he was right. When it came to his, batshit opinions about how to... the fucking Vanguard Party shit, right? But, like, whether he believed it or not doesn't change the fact that he was a fucking monster who did monstrous things, right? Like, and it doesn't change whether it had anything to do with the actual establishment of like a communist enterprise, right? It just didn't, right? There was nothing communist about the Soviet Union or China or any of these entities, right? A good hint is if the first thing you do when you get into power is kill all the fucking anarchists, you're probably not on the left. At least from my opinion, if you've killed the people that are the furthest left, you're probably not a leftist. That is my hot take. Is the people who consistently butcher the anarchists are not on the left. Which I hate to tell you is literally everyone. Everybody does it. The fucking liberals do it, the fascists do it, the fucking self-proclaimed communists do it. Everyone kills the fucking anarchists. The anarchists are like a perfect litmus test for how like garbage humanity is. Because everybody fucking kills the anarchists. I think that we should not have any power systems that are not justified. We must kill you. having said such a heinous criminal thing to say, clearly you deserve death. I do not identify as an anarchist. I don't have like a particularly strong bent toward any particular leftist ideology. But like, I will say I have a huge amount of empathy for the anarchists, because it's like, oh man, it seems like everybody always kills the anarchists. That's like the first thing that everybody does, is kill the people who say unjust hierarchies shouldn't exist. Which is a sentiment that I agree with. I'm broadly very sympathetic to their cause as well. I'm not just sympathetic to them because everybody keeps killing them. I haven't written a lot. I haven't written a lot of it either. I haven't read a lot of anarchist theory, so I couldn't tell you how usable it is in practice. But you know, the idea that a hierarchy needs to justify itself to exist is like a very, like, that to me is like step one of having sort of any sort of leftist policy. Any sort of actual like left ideology should include as a fundamental component, hierarchies should only exist if they can justify their existence, right? And so it just seems a little suspicious that everybody keeps killing the people who say that, and they claim that they're on the left, but then, you know, they fucking kill all the anarchists. I'm just saying, it's sus. It's sus behavior.
Got it.
I'm just asking questions, and those questions are, why do you keep killing the anarchists? It's every fucking time, man. It's every fucking time. Oh no. We got it to 100%. Wait. Oh god, Oh, no. I'm like, oh god, we didn't, like, save after we did. I forgot that we could just leave, and I'm, like, thinking, where am I going to get the ability to save? And it's like, you just walk out the door, my guy. Okay. Next time I'll remember that. Are we going to go late again? Just to get a better save, because I don't like the fact that I've saved outside the room. You know, I feel like that's likely to cause confusion for me. Where the fuck are you? You must be upstairs? Question mark. Can I actually just jump into it? No. Oh, but you know what I can do? I can apparently climb on this? Huh. Alright. Easy. Da, 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 oh shit, I went through the teleporter twice. The issue is that these are actually difficult rooms to deal with. That teleporter room, the fact that I didn't save my progress there is a big problem. The teleporter is an issue. We'll see how it goes. We're gonna do one more because we're already a minute after stream's supposed to end. Okay, those are aggroed from the thing. Where are you? Okay, you're over here. Are the others? Okay, I killed the other two. I think, unless they're just below me somewhere. Yeah, they're dead. Okay, so these are unfortunately pre-aggroed, which means that I need to pull them over here. One of them seems to be stuck. We'll just pull as best we can. Instantly die. I think we have to. We're gonna save over dungeon as well, and that's gonna be it for today. Because I have to go because my wife is homesick again. I need to be doing things around the house. So that's gonna be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure to stream for you today. Always delightful to complain about capitalism. Always love it. And I hope to see you again next time when we'll probably be clearing this room within 10 or 15 minutes and then moving on with our lives? Question mark. We'll see. Later, Brooks.